This page is the cover of the September 7, 2001 issue, Volume 8, of Weekly Dorimaga, priced at 550 yen. The striking artwork features Ryo Hazuki from Shenmue 2, highlighted as the cover story just before its impending release, with the text proclaiming, "Sorry to keep you waiting," just before landing in the Demon City. Quote, "The magazine is pushing its content, claiming over 200 pages packed with features. Key highlights promoted include a huge strategy guide for the Dreamcast version of Super Robot Wars Alpha, touted as a must-buy for DC owners, and featuring the last Super Robots of Sega hardware. There's also an emergency renewal scoop on Virtua Fighter 4, detailing new moves in Verd B, despite Virtua Fighter 4 being primarily an arcade/PS2 title. The issue also covers other major games from various platforms in a section called Dorimaga Other Console Wars, mentioning titles like Tekken 4, Ace Combat 04, Shattered Skies, Time Crisis 2, Guilty Gear X Plus, and Dead or Alive 3 for Xbox. Additionally, there's a recurring feature on Sakura Wars 3, with voice actors discussing secret episodes and showcasing the impressive Kubu F2 mechs. The cover promises deep dives and strategies for the games featured. This page features the uniquely strange voice-controlled Dreamcast game, Seaman. Prominently displayed is the iconic creature itself, a fish with a human face. The text highlights the game's core mechanic, interacting with Seaman through your voice, teaching it language, and living alongside it within your television screen. It touches upon Seaman's legendary origins and teases a profound, unprecedented reveal of its true nature. Beneath this, the bold text delivers the game's infamous, tongue-in-cheek slogan, "The worst pet in game history." This captures the game's challenging yet fascinating interaction style, a true, one-of-a-kind title on the Dreamcast. This page reveals the shocking news that Seaman, the unique and conversation-loving virtual pet from the Dreamcast, is finally making its way to the PlayStation 2. Announced for a release on November 15, 2001, this new version is subtitled, Drive, Gasay's Island of Experiments, hinting at a new setting or narrative direction for the forbidden pet. The core experience of interacting with the strange creature via voice is clearly still central, as the page highlights different purchase options, including bundled editions that come with a dedicated Seaman microphone controller, alongside a software-only version for those perhaps already equipped or opting for a different setup. The reservation campaign is also underway, encouraging players to secure their copy of this highly unusual, yet critically acclaimed, title developed by Vivarium and published by ASC2. It's fascinating to see this distinctive franchise cross platforms, bringing its bizarre charm to a new audience. This page is the table of contents, laying out all the exciting features packed inside this issue. Headlining the special features section is a massive 32-page strategy guide for Super Robot Wars Alpha on Dreamcast, a crucial resource for any pilot diving into that complex tactical RPG. The magazine also keeps readers informed about the broader gaming landscape, dedicating space to arcade highlights like Virtua Fighter 4 and covering titles on other platforms such as Tekken 4, Ace Combat 04, Shattered Skies, Time Crisis 2, Guilty Gear X Plus, and even giving an early look at Dead or Alive 3 for the upcoming Xbox. Naturally, Dreamcast titles are well represented, with features on Virtua Tennis 2, Alien Front Online, and a revisit to the beloved Sakura Wars 3. Is Paris Burning? Including a serial project focused on the Sakura Wars mechs. There's also a short, focused look at Sonic Adventure 2. Beyond game reviews and guides, the issue delves into industry insights, with an article exploring the cost of game development, and offers a fun summer campaign featuring girl characters in swimwear. It's a comprehensive issue covering both core Dreamcast content and the wider gaming world. This page presents the magazine's comprehensive game index and content breakdown. It features prominent new information sections dedicated to major titles, such as the highly anticipated Shenmue 2, the popular visual novel Air, and the fighting game powerhouse Capcom vs. SNK 2. Other notable features include the 7th volume of the adventure game series Eldorado Gate, the classic fighting game Garou, Mark of the Wolves, and the visual novel Canalia. The page also previews upcoming Dreamcast titles, listing diverse genres including Pachislot King, the RPG Randomuse Black Soul, several typing games like Typing of the Date, the Cute Dejiko Fantasy, the arcade shooter Zero Gunner 2, and simulation/casual games like Candy Stripe and Get Base 2. A strategy guide section offers helpful tips for games like the visual novel Comic Party and Kaju Seibo. The right side features a comprehensive alphabetical game index, listing nearly every title covered or mentioned in this issue. issue, spanning Dreamcast originals, arcade ports, and games on other platforms, mirroring the overall scope indicated in the table of contents. The bottom section provides a handy explanation of icons used throughout the magazine, detailing supported features like VGA output, data communication, network play, and peripheral compatibility, including fishing rods, light guns, and mice. The image centerpiece is a classic shot of Ryo Hazuki, fitting for the main Shenmue 2 feature. This page focuses heavily on the highly anticipated Shenmue 2, highlighting upcoming related publications from Digicube. The top of the page features a large, dramatic image showcasing key characters from the game: Ryo Hazuki, Ren Wuying, and Shenhua Ling, set against a beautiful serene landscape featuring a waterfall and mountains, contrasting with the gritty Hong Kong street scene that forms the page background. The main text promotes a visual guidebook from Digicube, promising detailed information to uncover the story's mysteries. The lower section announces two specific publications. First, the Shenmue 2 Premiere Guide is scheduled for release on August 24th. This guide is described as a comprehensive resource, breaking down the game by scene, explaining controls and essential gameplay elements. It includes detailed navigation guides for iconic Hong Kong locations like Aberdeen, Wan Chai, Kowloon, and Guilin, and provides character introductions for Shenmue Chapter 1. Yokosuka, connecting the narrative across games. A notable inclusion is an interview with series creator Yu Suzuki. Second, the Shenmue 2 Memorial Album is slated for a winter release. This publication will feature the complete game message text and numerous screenshots. It is structured like a movie script for easy reading, and highlights many impressive event scenes from the game. These publications aim to provide fans with deep insights into the world and story of Shenmue 2. This page explores two cinematic adaptations of video games: Square's Final Fantasy, The Spirits Within, and Shenmue the Movie. Final Fantasy, The Spirits Within, a full CG film, cost a staggering 17 billion yen. While visually impressive, its story received mixed reviews, and despite a US debut at number 4, it struggled financially. The film, directed by Hironobu Sakaguchi, aimed to explore themes of life. Shenmue the Movie compiles cutscenes from Shenmue Chapter 1, Yokosuka, into a 90-minute film designed for fans to revisit the story. The page also lists US box office rankings for 2001, including Final Fantasy, The Spirits Within. Both films were slated for a Japanese release in September 2001, with Shenmue the Movie receiving a limited theatrical run. This page delves into the vibrant world of the Sakura Wars stage productions, highlighting two major events. The first is the 5th anniversary performance of the Sakura Wars Kaiyo Show, titled Kaishin Besu, held in August 2001 at the Tokyo Kusei Nenkin Kaikan. This show, based on a work by Kyoka Izumi, was the largest-scale production yet, featuring elaborate sets, numerous dancers, and special guest appearances, including Natsumi Nozaki as Sakura's father. The article notes the immense popularity of the annual show, attracting over 10,000 fans, and speculates about the future of the series' stage shows, potentially moving towards a Super Kaiyo show format. The second featured event is a mini-live concert by the Paris Flower Division, held separately on August 13, 2001. This performance brought characters from Sakura Wars 3, Is Paris Burning, to the stage, including Erika, Coquelicot, Lobelia, and Glycine, performing alongside the Tagito Flower Division members. The 90-minute show featured popular songs like Hana no Paris and Goki no Moto ni. The page includes various photos capturing the energy of these live events, showing colorful costumes, dynamic stage setups, like the Eiffel Tower backdrop, and the performers in action, showcasing the strong connection between the Sakura Wars games and their theatrical adaptations. This page dives deep into the world of the Sakura Wars Kaiyo Show, specifically highlighting the grand Kaishin Besu production based on a work by Kyoka Izumi. The story summary teases the chaotic behind-the-scenes drama of putting on the show, involving characters like Kaide, Kaneda, Sakura, Sumire, and Kana. Numerous photos showcase vibrant scenes and performances from the show, featuring the Imperial Flower Division members like Sakura, Sumire, Maria, Kuran, Kana, Iris, Kaide, and Dandi, performing various songs. There are also images featuring characters from Sakura Wars 3, Is Paris Burning, like Erika, Coquelicot, Glycine, Lobelia, and even Hanabi from the stage productions, performing their character songs, including the iconic Gekite theme. Exciting news is announced regarding a special DVD box set release of the Kaio shows, detailing the contents and release information for fans eager to relive the performances. The page also covers the AVEX Mode Anime Rave 2001 event, a rare opportunity where both the Imperial and Paris Flower divisions shared the stage at Tokyo Big Sight, performing popular tracks like Gekite and Flower of Paris. Finally, the page points forward, promising an interview with Yoshino Takamori, the actress behind Hanabi, and character strategies on page 120. This page focuses on the highly anticipated debut of the Nintendo GameCube in Japan at Space World 2001, and Sega's significant presence on the new console. It highlights the reveal of the GameCube package, including details about multiple color options beyond the initial purple. The article touches on the market excitement surrounding the console, noting the start of pre-orders and the scale of Nintendo's initial production run, while also discussing potential concerns about balancing hardware and software availability. Furthermore, the page showcases Sega's lineup for the GameCube at Space World. Amusement Vision, a key Sega studio, presents Super Monkey Ball, emphasizing its evolution from arcade hit to a robust home console title packed with party modes and numerous minigames like Monkey Fight, Monkey Target, Monkey Billiards, and Monkey Golf. They also feature Virtua Striker 3 Vir 2002, promising graphics that rival or surpass the arcade, and new elements tailored for the home experience, moving beyond just a direct port. These titles signal Sega's commitment to supporting the GameCube, with popular arcade franchises enhanced for console play. The article highlights the GameCube launch at E3, showcasing key titles like Luigi's Mansion, Star Fox Adventures, and Super Smash Bros. Melee. Anticipation for flagship Nintendo franchises is high, though some feel the launch lineup needs more variety. The Game Boy Advance also receives attention, with a Tekken port and the RPG Rune announced. Sega's involvement is significant, with Sonic the Hedgehog and Puyo Pop confirmed for GBA, alongside a Columns revival. More notably, Phantasy Star Online is coming to the GameCube, supporting online play and featuring new content. The article concludes with details of the Nintendo Space World 2001 event. Dorimaga's next issue covers two key topics. The first is Comic It 60, a massive 3-day event drawing over 400,000 attendees. The article highlights the strong presence of gaming within the doujin circles, alongside anime, manga, and other creative works. Photos depict huge crowds, and gaming booths are noted for their vibrant energy. Cosplay is discussed, with observations on changing trends. General company, and even governmental participation are mentioned. The second topic focuses on pre-order promotions from D-Direct. Pre-ordering Shenmue 2 offers bonus points and a discount. Capcom vs. SNK 2 pre-orders include bonus artwork and a versus fan disc. The Shenmue 2 first-run bonus is particularly appealing to fighting game fans, including a VF History disc with Virtua Fighter content. These limited-time offers aim to incentivize pre-orders before a point system change. The next page covers two distinct topics. First up is a look at the Kleinik 3 event, a character-focused convention held in Tokyo. It's highlighted as a major gathering for fans of anime, manga, games, and figures, particularly garage kits. The event serves as a marketplace and exhibition for over 200 participating groups. A specific focus is placed on a previously featured figure, Mellow Memories, with news that 50 painted finished versions will be available for early sale at the event. The second topic dives into the world of print club machines, also known as Purikura. The article suggests a potential resurgence in popularity, driven by advancements in image quality. Sega is noted for setting up Studio Sega corners in its arcades, dedicated to these high-quality Purikura machines. The Gekiteki Bishia machine is specifically mentioned and praised for its impressive image clarity and features like changeable backgrounds, leaving the reviewer quite impressed. Sega seems to be leveraging these enhanced machines to boost their brand image within their arcade spaces. This page provides a rapid-fire news roundup covering the period from August 7th to the 20th. Featured articles this week include the upcoming Nintendo Space World event, where the Japanese release date for Xbox is expected to be revealed on August 27th. Significant updates include the scheduled renewal of the official Sega website on September 4th, promising a greatly improved design and enhanced usability for easier navigation and finding information. Exciting news for Xbox fans as the Canadian release date is confirmed for November 8th at $299, matching the US date. The Japanese release date will be announced soon. The price point for Xbox software is also highlighted, expected to be $49.99 USD, which the magazine notes seems reasonably priced. Screenshots of launch titles like Halo, Project Gotham Racing, and Amped are shown. The page also summarizes the upcoming 39th Amusement Machine Show in Tokyo on September 22nd, detailing the event overview, though it skips listing the many exhibiting companies. In other news from the week, Sony is planning to launch the PlayStation 2 in Korea around March 2002, a move that has been challenging due to cultural import restrictions. Additionally, Square announced the supported ADSBL providers for the PlayOnline beta test, including major carriers, noting some modem types won't work initially. Finally, fans of Parappa the Rapper 2 can look forward to desktop accessory software for Windows releasing in October. This page leads off with some pretty big news. Sonic Team is showing up at Nintendo Space World. They're bringing 4 titles, confirming the GameCube version of Phantasy Star Online will be playable, and also revealing Sonic Advance for the Game Boy Advance. It's cool to see these companies collaborating. There's also news on Sega's mobile front, highlighting new Java games like Hanabi Fight, a shooting game, and Tapioca Panic, an action game, available via their Sega Parade portal. An event summary covers Anime Rave 2001, which featured a lineup of popular voice actors and offered fans a look at behind-the-scenes stories, anime content, and new music. For collectors, there's a look at the exclusive pre-order bonuses for Memories Off Second, including a special music box that plays a song from the game, and console customization stickers. Finally, the page lists upcoming events like the Guilty Gear X Festival, Nintendo Space World, character shows, a Tekken event, and a World Hobby Festival, keeping players in the loop on where to find the latest gaming and hobby excitement. This page features a significant price drop for ISONET's ADSL service aimed at network gamers, with a new 4-player course specifically including game usage rights at a lower monthly fee. On the audio front, following the popular vocal collection, the Sonic Adventure 2 original soundtrack is announced for release. This extensive 2-disc set contains all 60 tracks from the game, promising a deep dive into the game's fantastic music. The image shows key characters from Sonic Adventure 2. An online event, the Internet Character Show 21.org 5, is highlighted, running from September 1st to 30th. The image shows some anime characters, suggesting the style of the event. A fascinating product called the 3D TV Game Adapter is being released, claiming to make polygon graphics appear truly 3D. This device, which uses shutter glasses technology, connects to home game consoles. Images show the adapter itself and a person using it with a TV. Finally, there's a ranking of the week's most popular web news topics from GameSpot. The top stories include interest in the Dreamcast Fund, a new screenshot from Dead or Alive 3, a special page for Romance of the Three Kingdoms, an introduction to commands in Virtua Fighter 4, and Phantasy Star Online's online presence at Space World. This page features a mail order for a special set of SNK vs. Capcom Card Fighters 2 Expand Edition for Neo Geo Pocket Color, available until September 30th. The set includes a limited edition phone card featuring new art by Tonko. This is only available via internet mail order. There's also a PC section highlighting a desktop accessory collection called Mayumi Izuka's Strawberry Room, featuring the popular voice actress. It includes desktop accessories and special mailer software, perfect for fans. The CG section covers the latest Fishing Fool's Diary movie, detailing how the movie utilizes CG fish effects. It mentions a collaboration between the main character, Hama-chan, and Sega's virtual CG interior Fish Life, promising interesting visual effects. Screenshots show schools of CG fish forming the movie's title. Next up is a goods section showcasing figures from Space Channel 5. Available are Ulala, Evila, Dancing Ula, and Pudding figures, each approximately 12 centimeters tall. They were available for pre-order until September 13th. Images show the detailed sculpts of the characters. The page also includes a weekly check of web news headlines from GameSpot and a summary of game industry news, noting C's participation in TGS and the start of GameCube pre-orders. There is also a list of industry events and news highlights scheduled from early to mid-August. A brief note mentions Konami Sports acquiring a sports club. The next page dives into various happenings. First up, a collaboration between the Akihabara Healing Cafe, Cure-Made Cafe, and the upcoming PC game Little Monica Monogatari. The cafe transforms into Le Concert, the game's setting, for limited dates in September, offering photo opportunities and limited goods with staff wearing costumes. There's also a report on a Midsummer Night's Dream 2001 Race Queen Festa event held in Tokyo, featuring a gathering of popular race queens. For music collectors, the new online Gus shop is opening, and its first exclusive item is a special jazz arrangement CD featuring the ending theme from the popular Atelier series. In the comic corner, there's a feature on a manga by Hanakuma Yusaku, including a look at his comic Yora Risaikuru, with some added uncollected works. The goods section is running a giveaway for a set of cool Sakura Wars 3-can badges for 5 lucky readers. Finally, the page delves into the TV commercials for the highly anticipated Shenmue 2. It mentions there are 3 different versions airing, and highlights some secrets within the commercials, like the detailed Hong Kong street scenes being a constructed set, the use of a real machine gun prop, and even some notable cameos in one of the versions. This page is a promotional feature for the romance-adventure game Tentama, First Sunnyside from developer Kit. The vibrant image features 3 cheerful anime-style girls and a small, cute blue bird creature, conveying a feeling of happiness. The game is highlighted as a romance-adventure title, scheduled for release in October 2001, with a planned price of 6,800 yen, excluding tax. The page serves as a preview or advertisement, showcasing the game's charming character art and setting expectations for a positive experience. This page highlights the upcoming release of the highly anticipated sequel, Shenmue 2, for the Dreamcast. The striking key art features the main protagonist, Ryo Hazuki, alongside the mysterious Shenhua and the formidable Ren of Heavenly Kings, hinting at the expansive adventure awaiting players. The page announces a special AM2 Summer Festival, a premium event for those who pre-order Shenmue 2. This event, featuring director Yu Suzuki and voice actors, will be held in major cities across Japan from late August into early September 2001. Shenmue 2 is confirmed for release on September 6, 2001, priced at 7,800 yen excluding tax. It's categorized under the unique, full reactive eyes entertainment genre. Additionally, a theatrical film titled Shenmue the Movie is set for a sequential nationwide release starting September 8, 2001, running for 90 minutes in color with DTS stereo sound. As a bonus for pre-ordering the first print run of Shenmue 2, consumers will receive a special premium disc set for Virtua Fighter 4, featuring history and online passport content. This page features the Dreamcast software sales ranking, showing the top 10 best-selling games for the period covering the end of July through mid-August 2001. Sales figures are noted as being strong this summer, driven by a rush of new releases. Topping the chart is Comic Party, an adventure game from Aqua Plus, which saw impressive first-week sales. The magazine hints at a surprising detail found within its limited edition. Following closely is The Virgin on Megiddo, an adventure title drawing on a strong fan base. Sega's new releases also made a splash, with the card/board game Guru Guru on Kessen 2 taking 3rd place, and the horse racing simulation Dabitsuku 2 at 4th. Further down the list, familiar favorites continue to perform well. Culdicept 2nd, previously number 1, holds strong at 5th, lauded by readers as a potential game for life. Sega's new online action title, Outrigger, debuts at 6th, notable for supporting up to 6 players online. The ever-popular online RPG, Phantasy Star Online Verpoint 2, is still selling well at 7th, with news of its upcoming GameCube version being showcased. Capcom's episodic RPG, El Dorado Gate Volume 6, enters at 8th, while the popular fighter Capcom vs. SNK Millennium Fight 2000 Pro remains in the top 10 at 9th, following a successful online tournament. Rounding out the list is Sonic Adventure 2, with news of an upcoming soundtrack release. This page presents the highly anticipated upcoming titles, as voted by readers, featuring the top 30 games on the horizon for the Dreamcast. It notes the system has a strong lineup of software expected soon. Topping the list is Sakura Wars 4, Fall in Love Maidens holding its number 1 spot, an adventure title from Sega planned for 2002. Following closely is Air at number 2, the adventure game from NEC Interchannel, nearing completion at 99%, and set for a September release. At number 3 is the fighting game Capcom vs. SNK 2 Millionaire Fighting 2001, fully completed and also due in September, highlighting its arcade roots and home console editions. The page also lists the top 30 anticipated games, including prominent titles like Shenmue 2 at number 4, the fighting game Garou, Mark of the Wolves, Virtua Tennis 2, and the unique rhythm/shooter Rez. The episodic RPG El Dorado Gate Volume 7 is featured as a pickup title, noting its release will conclude the series. Another pickup is Let's Make a Pro Baseball Team and Let's Play, which combines simulation and gameplay elements. Other titles like Digi Chariot Fantasy and Memories Off Second are also briefly highlighted with accompanying screenshots. This page delves into reader feedback, presenting wish lists for game ports across various platforms. The main focus for Dreamcast fans is the Port Wishlist Top 10, where readers indicate which games they most desire on their console. Topping the list is the adventure game Sister Princess, followed by the classic platformer Nights into Dreams. Other notable titles readers hope to see on Dreamcast include the visual novel To Heart and the fighting game The King of Fighters 2000. The page also shows similar port wishlists for GameCube, portable systems, PlayStation 2, and Xbox, giving a broader view of fan demand across the industry. Elsewhere on the page, we see the Video Game Income Ranking, a top 15 list showing which arcade games are performing best financially. The current undisputed leader is Virtua Fighter 4, demonstrating its dominance in the arcade scene. Other high-ranking titles include Mobile Suit Gundam, Federation vs. Xeon, Tekken 4, Virtua Fighter 3 TB, and Capcom vs. SNK 2, highlighting the strong performance of competitive fighting and action games in arcades. The pickup section highlights upcoming titles and significant news. Featured as Coming Soon is Alien Front, a promising-looking shooting game. There's also an important update on the #1 arcade game, Virtua Fighter 4, announcing a Vir.B update is being released, promising significant changes and refinements to the gameplay, something fans will surely be eager to check out. This page presents a comprehensive release schedule, laying out upcoming software and hardware additions across various platforms, with a clear emphasis on the Dreamcast console. It's the go-to source for any serious gamer looking to see what's on the horizon. The main focus is the Dreamcast section, detailing releases month by month, including games set for release later in the year, this autumn, and even into 2002, alongside titles with dates yet to be decided. The list is extensive, covering a wide range of genres from action and RPGs like Shenmue 2 and Sakura Wars Online, to sports titles, puzzles, and even simulation games. Each entry includes the manufacturer, price, genre, and crucial compatibility information for peripherals like the visual memory unit, vibration pack, and network connectivity, plus whether it supports VGA output. It's fantastic to see the continued strong support for the Dreamcast, with major titles and diverse offerings still planned. Beyond the Dreamcast, the page also highlights Sega's role in developing and publishing titles for other consoles. We see upcoming Sega games listed for PlayStation 2, Nintendo GameCube, Xbox, and Game Boy Advance, featuring prominent titles like Virtua Fighter 4 and Sega sports games for PS2, Super Monkey Ball and Phantasy Star Online for GameCube, and Jet Set Radio Future and Panzer Dragoon or Beta for Xbox. This shows Sega's strategic approach in bringing their IPs to multiple systems. This page dives into the reader-driven side of Dreamcast gaming with the bi-weekly Reader's Race, ranking all Dreamcast software based on reader votes. It introduces the idea of top picks for games consistently rated highly and a Hall of Fame for legendary titles. Main focus is the overall ranking table, showcasing the current standing of numerous Dreamcast games. The top spots are held by popular titles like Sakura Wars 3, Soul Calibur, and Grandia 2. There's also a special feature highlighting Comic Party as a new top pick. It shows the game's average score and includes reader reviews. The feedback is generally positive, praising the inclusion of content from the PC version, the charm of the characters, and the overall enjoyable gameplay, though some reviewers mention experiencing occasional freezes. Finally, a small update notes that the Phantasy Star Online titles have seen a slight dip in their ranking this period. This page continues the Reader's Race rankings, featuring games from position 41 down to 98. The main focus shifts to introducing new contenders in the race under the New Game Introductions section. 3 recent releases are highlighted. Ranked at 71 is Fate of Heart, a new adventure game. The screenshot showcases a bright anime art style. Players gave it an overall score of 8.571, but reviews were mixed. While the visuals were liked, Many felt the main story was predictable and lacked depth, although the bonus content on the limited edition disc was seen as a significant plus. Coming in at 83 is Fragrant Style, another new adventure title. Scoring 8.857 overall, readers appreciated the ability to rewatch events and the opening movie. The romance options and characters were praised for their charm, but some reviewers noted that character expressions could have been more varied. Finally, appearing at 116 is The Virgin on Megiddo, a new adventure game scoring 8.68. This title impressed with its sheer volume and detail of graphics, particularly the character designs. The story, blending science and history into a captivating mystery, was well received. However, players found the lack of features like text review or skipping crucial dialogue frustrating. This page features more game introductions and DC peripheral highlights alongside the continuing reader's race rankings. Under new game introductions, we find Himitsu Yui ga Ita Natsu, an adventure game ranked at 253. While the character design was noted as potentially divisive, the scenario was praised, with players enjoying uncovering secrets by exploring each heroine's route. The music and backgrounds added to the atmosphere, and the story was described as moving. It received a reader average score of 7.4285 and a magazine average of 6.0. The page also introduces new DC peripherals. Dream Passport Premier, the internet browser and service, is featured at rank 10, with a reader average of 7.9375. The Dream Eye camera is also highlighted at rank 21, scoring a reader average of 7.2. Reviews for both peripherals discuss their functionality and user experience. Finally, the DC featured Dark Horses section showcases a game gaining buzz. Coldcept Second, ranked 9th, down from 2nd. This card-based board game hybrid boasts a high reader average of 9.3529 and a magazine average of 8.66. Reviewers lauded the introduction of new cards and rules, increasing strategic depth while maintaining the addictive gameplay. The sheer variety of cards and the inclusion of online matches were particularly praised, making it highly collectible and enjoyable for fans and newcomers alike. The right side of the page continues the reader's race rankings from 99 down to 156, listing various other Dreamcast titles and their scores. This page continues the reader's race rankings, listing titles from 157 downwards. Featured prominently is Sonic Adventure 2, presented as a highly recommended Dreamcast game, achieving an impressive reader average score of 9.2229 and a magazine average of 9.33. Celebrating Sonic's 10th anniversary, this entry in the series introduces a distinct light and dark story structure, allowing players to experience the narrative from both the hero side, Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and the dark side, Eggman, Shadow, Rouge. The game boasts high-speed action, a competitive two-player battle mode, smooth 60 frames per second gameplay, and significant improvements in graphics and controls over its predecessor. Reviewers praised the introduction of the opposing dark perspective and the impactful presence of new characters like Shadow the Hedgehog. The expanded KO raising system also returns, adding depth and replayability with various types of KO, including the new Dark KO. Reader comments highlighted the thrilling action, the engaging story elements like Shadow and Maria's relationship, the fun of raising KO, and the excitement of the multiplayer battles, although some found the camera angles occasionally problematic. This page features a deep dive into the development and appeal of The Typing of the Dead, which scored highly in the reader rankings. It's described as a masterpiece born from Sega's technical skill and a playful concept. The article includes commentary from Mr. Shino, who explains how the idea originated from seeing other typing games and deciding to apply it to their existing zombie shooter, The House of the Dead. He discusses the process of adapting the original arcade game, the challenges of implementing the typing input, and how they made it fun for both beginners and expert typists by varying word difficulty and length. He also touches on the surprising popularity and high ratings the game received. The right side of the page continues the reader rankings for Dreamcast software, listing games from position 214 down to 270 with their genres, scores, and data. This page continues the reader rankings for Dreamcast software, delving into the lower-scoring games in the F and G categories, ranging from rank 271 downwards. A central panel highlights the notable movement of the game I'm Doraemon, which has now dropped into the Cray rank, indicating that the lower sections of the rankings are becoming more stable after significant shifts. The panel includes a screenshot showing Doraemon walking across a bridge. Another section discusses the very low-ranking Oz Table G games, humorously suggesting that playing them requires some preparation. It ponders the fate of the DC Emperor in these treacherous waters, accompanied by a screenshot depicting a strategic battle scene with characters from various Sega franchises like Sakura Wars and Virtual Fighter. Finally, a panel looks ahead to upcoming software releases, announcing that the countdown to the end of the Dreamcast's active life has begun. It specifically mentions the upcoming release of Super Robot Wars Alpha and the highly anticipated Shenmue 2 arriving in 2 weeks. An anime-style screenshot shows characters from Super Robot Wars Alpha. The page also includes a table listing recently released and upcoming titles expected to enter the rankings soon. This page gives us a preview of some new and upcoming Dreamcast titles, starting with a look at Outrigger, a light gun shooter that scores an 8.33, praised for its mouse support offering various control options, although the review notes the menu for customizing controls could be more intuitive. Next up is Darby Stallion 2, the latest in the horse racing simulation series, scoring an impressive 9.66 for its improvements in handling, loading times, and game balance, making it a more comfortable experience, though the reviewer feels the character creation is still a bit clunky. Finally, Guru Guru Onsen 2, scoring 8.33, is highlighted for its enhanced chat features, allowing for more expressive character actions, text, and a greater variety in chat event rooms. An editorial reflects on the Dreamcast's final summer, sensing the impending end of the console's active life, but highlights the excitement for major upcoming releases like Super Robot Wars Alpha and the highly anticipated Shenmue 2. Readers are invited to participate in prediction games, including guessing the debut ranking of Super Robot Wars Alpha and the debut average score of the Neon Genesis Evangelion Typing E project. There's also a prize lottery, offering Dreamcast software and accessories. The page also features a ranked list of Dreamcast peripherals based on reader votes, and a section showcasing various comments from readers about their recent gaming experiences and wishes. This page continues the discussion around the Dorimaga Fund concept, which aims to gather fan support to influence Sega's game development. The page explains the fund's initial goal is to rally 100,000 participants in 2 months to gauge if the collective power of fans can move Sega. The investigation then turns to the practical side. How much does game development actually cost? Smilebit president Masaru Arai is interviewed, discussing the financial realities of game production. Arai notes that development costs are largely driven by personnel expenses, representing about 80% of the budget, with the remainder covering things like equipment and software. He adds that advertising costs, especially for TV commercials, can sometimes be even higher than development. While precise figures are difficult to state universally, Arai acknowledges the Dorimaga Fund is interesting, and that fan enthusiasm, as demonstrated by the fund, can be a significant motivator for developers, perhaps even more so than the direct financial contribution. The article speculates this fan-driven initiative could potentially lead to the realization of fan-desired games, like a possible Sakura Wars 4. This interview with Smilebit president Masaru Arai explores game development costs, focusing on the Dorimaga Fund. The conversation highlights that 3D game development, exemplified by titles like Shenmue, can be significantly more expensive than 2D games due to increased asset complexity. Hardware also influences costs, with more powerful and developer-friendly platforms potentially reducing both. Porting, as seen with Panzer Dragoon, also requires substantial rework and investment. Personnel costs are the largest factor in game development. Arai expresses enthusiasm for the Dorimaga Fund, which relies on fan contributions to fuel development. Readers are encouraged to express interest and pledge financial support, from 1,000 to 10,000 yen, for their preferred console, Dreamcast, PS2, GameCube, Xbox, and game titles. The success of the initiative depends on fan participation, with a hypothetical scenario suggesting viability if 100,000 people contribute, and Sega matches the funds. The interview also briefly mentions the upcoming console war involving GameCube and Xbox. This page announces the final opportunity for the Dreamcast Summer Service Cut, an applicant service campaign tied into the launch of the new magazine, Raspberry. The deadline is August 31st, urging those who haven't applied yet not to miss this last chance. The campaign offers applicants a choice of exclusive items. These include illustrations based on popular games and series, artwork of Marie and Ellis from the cover of Missing Blue, a new illustration from the PC game Green Green, and a bonus poster illustration featuring Chizuru and Sora from Natural 2 Duo. There's also a missing blue desktop accessory set containing voice data and original wallpapers, compatible with Windows. Finally, there's a fun summer illustration featuring characters from Guru Guru Creature and Wekusamiko, enjoying water sports. To apply, participants must use the special form provided in the magazine, select one desired item, and pay the required fee at a post office. It's critical to keep the payment receipt as proof. This service is only available within Japan, and cancellations after application are not possible. This is a great chance for fans to grab some unique merchandise related to these classic titles before the campaign ends. The next page dives into the final offerings for the Dreamcast Summer Service Cut campaign, presenting a diverse selection of exclusive items available for applicants. This is the fourth and final round of this special service. Showcased are various illustrations and items, including characters from popular series in summer attire, such as those from the Welcome to Pia Carrot, 2.5, Canvas, and Comic Party franchises. There are also unique illustrations tied to recurring magazine segments, like a summary image from Dora-chan's game review. A particularly noteworthy item is the artwork based on the Yofius version of Shenmue, highlighting its distinct packaging. The page also features an illustration from Candy Stripe, depicting characters in nurse outfits, and a wedding dress illustration likely from the Roommate series. The critical deadline for application is August 31, 2001, valid until the postmark of that day. Production of the items will commence after this date, with shipping expected to begin from late October through mid-November 2001. Contact information is provided for inquiries regarding the application method and for reporting any undelivered items after December. This page serves as the last call for fans to obtain these exclusive pieces of merchandise. This page features a review section for Dreamcast software released between August 24 and September 6, 2001. The review scores are out of 10, with higher numbers indicating better quality and recommendation. Reviews are provided by female users, staff writers, and guest writers. First up is Get Bass 2, released on August 30th. This fishing simulation game is noted for its increased realism compared to its predecessor, with detailed fish behavior and environmental factors influencing gameplay. Reviewers highlight the exciting battles with fish and the tactical depth of selecting lures and fishing spots. While some found it slightly difficult, the satisfaction of landing a catch is praised, making it one of the highest quality fishing games available on the system. Also reviewed is Neon Genesis Evangelion Typing Project, released on August 30th. This software is geared towards Evangelion fans and aims to teach typing using characters and content from the anime series. Reviewers noted that it skips basic lessons, making it suitable for those already familiar with typing or dedicated fans. The use of EVA elements is a major draw, although some felt the gameplay could become repetitive, focusing primarily on typing speed rather than integrating more diverse game elements. It's seen as a fun fan service item for learning to type. This article reviews 3 Dreamcast games from late August/early September 2001. Super Robot Wars Alpha, a strategy RPG, received positive reviews, with praise for its improved battle realism and 3D combat. Navigation on the 3D map was a minor issue. It scored an average of 8.33. Random ASU Black Soul, a mech simulation, garnered mixed reviews. While some enjoyed its gameplay and customization, others found the combat visuals and unit customization lacking. Control issues and limited units also drew criticism. It received an average score of 6.0. Zero Gunner 2, a 3D scrolling shooter, was well received, particularly for its unique 360-degree rotation mechanic. Reviewers enjoyed the challenge, replayability, and boss patterns. Minor issues included slowdown and background music. It achieved an average score of 8.0. Upcoming Dreamcast releases include Sega Extreme Sports, a mixed bag collection of extreme sports minigames, with some reviewers finding it overly difficult, while others enjoyed the unique feel and trick system. Aero Dancing It, a compilation of the series, offers new content, aircraft, and online battles. Let's Make a Pro Baseball Team, and Let's Play is a solid baseball simulation, but with little new for returning players and the disappointing removal of online battles. Shenmue 2, set in Hong Kong, focuses on improved gameplay and a profound atmosphere. Finally, D.I. Carrot and To Another World, an adventure game based on the popular character, features a fantasy story and a focus on original characters. This page features a prominent spread on the upcoming fighting game, Dead or Alive 3, developed by Team Ninja for the Xbox. The focus is on the new character, Hitomi, showcasing her in 2 different costumes. The article highlights the game's stunning graphics and Hitomi's dynamic poses. It notes that this is the second installment of the Danger Zone feature, revealing Hitomi's new outfits in a pin-up style. The text also teases new stages and detailed character movements, promising lots of new information. A quote from Team Ninja head Tomonobu Itagaki praises the game as a first-class piece of work. One of Hitomi's new looks is described in detail, featuring a unique wood-patterned camouflage top, hip-hugging jeans, and working boots, emphasizing her athletic build and active personality, with a key detail being an eagle emblem on her jacket, said to be her family crest. The game data box indicates that details like the release date and price are still undecided at this time, confirming it is a fighting game. The page promises a large introduction to newly revealed stages on the next page. This page dives deeper into the upcoming Dead or Alive 3, focusing on a newly revealed stage, the Japanese Castle Keep, or Tenshukaku. It showcases several screenshots of the stage, featuring characters like Ion and Christie engaged in combat. The article highlights the attention to detail in the environment, noting the beautiful reflections on the floor and intricate wall paintings depicting dragons. It discusses potential stage mechanics, including a focus on fall-through danger zones, while also questioning if elements like the prominent staircase are interactive or merely cosmetic. Team Ninja producer Tomonobu Itagaki provides insights into the development process, stating that their approach is unique, starting with the desired stage design and then building the gameplay around it, emphasizing natural and detailed environments over overly artificial ones. He expresses confidence in the game's graphical quality and overall balance, mentioning subtle environmental details like candles extinguishing to change the lighting. This page offers a good look at the impressive visual fidelity and thoughtful stage design philosophy behind Dead or Alive 3. This page shifts focus slightly on Dead or Alive 3, following up on the previous discussion. The article highlights updates to existing characters, moving beyond just the new ones. It showcases refined character models, particularly focusing on faces and intricate costume details, like the fine embroidery on Lei Fang's dress. Producer Tomonobu Itagaki comments on the progress, suggesting the characters are becoming very polished.
The page then introduces 2 new stages. The first is the beach stage, a tropical resort area with yachts and waves crashing on the shore. The article speculates that the waves could function as a danger system, affecting fighter movement. Screenshots show Hitomi and Christie battling on this stage. The second stage is the forest, depicted as an autumn scene with richly colored trees. This stage is also said to be nearing completion as a battlefield. Potential danger systems are mentioned, such as falling chestnuts, adding environmental interaction. Hitomi is shown performing a hold move in this setting. The page emphasizes the visual detail and evolving danger systems in these new environments, continuing to showcase the impressive graphical fidelity of the game.
This page zeroes in on Dead or Alive 3 once again, specifically showcasing the character Hitonemi and a detailed look at one of her new costumes. The article meticulously examines the design, highlighting the distinctive gloves, which are noted to be part of her Nangi Street look, intended to make her appear tougher, according to developer comments. It also points out the unique, eagle-like emblem on her top. Producer Tomonobu Itagaki provides insight into the character creation process, explaining how the enhanced hardware allows for more detailed and appealing character models, especially focusing on facial expressions and intricate costume elements. He mentions that while some costumes are refined versions of past designs, others, like Rei Fang's dress, show significant new detail. The discussion emphasizes the evolution of character modeling alongside hardware capabilities, suggesting future developments in costume design might move beyond simple color swaps. The bottom section teases upcoming content, including another entry in Ida's diary and a reference to Codename Duke, the original Xbox controller, hinting at development anecdotes. It also calls for fan submissions related to Dead or Alive 3, including questions and illustrations. This page dives deep into the highly anticipated Dreamcast release of Super Robot Wars Alpha. The cover image features an impressive lineup of iconic mechs from various series, including Neon Genesis Evangelion's Unit 01, Mobile Suit Gundam's New Gundam, Mazinger Z, Getter Robo, Voltes V, and a VF1 Valkyrie from Macross, all presented in a dynamic action shot alongside game screenshots. The article announces the impending release on August 30, 2001, and declares the start of a comprehensive strategy guide within the magazine. It promises an in-depth look at the game, covering everything from the fundamental system mechanics to detailed walkthroughs of the scenarios. The focus is highlighted by a large banner stating, 32 pages of thorough strategy. The table of contents breaks down the extensive coverage into 3 parts. Part 1 provides a detailed system analysis, covering pages 42-47. Part 2 is the scenario guide, spanning pages 4,871, which covers chapters 1 through 31 and all 58 scenarios. Finally, Part 3, on page 72, features an interview with the game's producer, Mr. Narrated. A small section also lists basic game data, like the release date, price, genre, SLG plus RPG, and website. This looks like the definitive guide for players tackling the Dreamcast version of this massive crossover mecha strategy RPG. This page kicks off Part 1 of the Super Robot Wars Alpha Strategy Guide, focusing on the game's systems. It starts by explaining the basic flow for newcomers. You begin with a scenario demo featuring character dialogue that sets the stage and explains the mission objectives. Next is map deployment, where you select your units before moving into the battle phase. After clearing the stage, there's a scenario end demo, sometimes offering route choices, followed by the crucial intermission, where you can save, upgrade units, and manage pilots in preparation for the next mission. The guide also details the battle structure, explaining the turn-based system consisting of the player phase, enemy phase, and sometimes a neutral phase for other units. It notes that some scenarios are split into 2 consecutive battle maps, with a demo in between but no intermission. Basic command knowledge is also covered. Transformation is highlighted, particularly the advantage of flight forms for units like Getter Robo and Valkyries, offering improved mobility. The guide also discusses separation and combination units, noting that while some, like Combattler V, can separate and recombine, others can only separate. Separating units automatically split upon defeat, potentially saving repair costs. Finally, it advises players to save powerful parts, like the propellant tank lease, and Andromeda burning for later, endgame use. While basic repair kits can be used freely, the page includes screenshots showing character dialogues, the battle map, the intermission menu, and unit status screens, illustrating these concepts. Super Robot Wars Alpha's core gameplay revolves around strategic unit movement and terrain awareness. Players maneuver units in formation to create advantageous combat situations. Movement is a simple selection, range confirmation, and destination choice. Utilize the initial deployment screen and map rotation to optimize unit placement, such as positioning attackers forward and supports in the rear. Terrain significantly impacts movement. Air and space units move freely, but consume NROC. Ground units face terrain penalties, especially in waters. Special terrain like bases offer defensive bonuses. Support actions are critical. Repair and resupply units earn experience. Boarding battleships allows units to recover. Finally, the Persuade command, when available, is essential for recruiting hidden units and pilots, significantly strengthening your team. This page details the different weapon types and combat responses in Super Robot Wars Alpha. Weapon types are categorized into melee, ranged, and map weapons, each with distinct ranges and effects. The choice depends on distance to the enemy and available resources like end and ammunition. Key factors when selecting a weapon are its power relative to enemy armor, hit rate, aim for 7,080%, boost with abilities like concentrate or sure hit, required spirit level, and ammo cost. Terrain adaptation is crucial. Units and weapons have rankings from A to E, with higher ranks granting bonuses to attack power and hit rate. Poor adaptation can significantly reduce effectiveness or even make certain weapons unusable, like beams in water or specific melee attacks against aerial targets. When attacked, you have 3 options: counter, defend, or evade. Counter allows you to attack back if you can survive the enemy's hit. Defending halves incoming damage and is best for minimizing damage, especially for high armor super robots. Evading halves the enemy's hit rate and is ideal for high evasion real robots like aura battlers. The game also features powerful combined attacks. These are activated when specific units are positioned within 8 squares of the attacking unit. Notable combinations include Mazinger Z with Getter 1 or Great Mazinger, Dunbine with Billbine, Combattler V with Voltes V, Evangelion Unit 01 with Unit 02, and various Getter Robo formations. Always check the spirit and end requirements before initiating these powerful attacks.
Super Robot Wars Alpha's combat hinges on hit rate and evasion, influenced by unit stats, pilot skills, and terrain. Accuracy is improved by positioning, upgrades, and weapon selection. Pilot abilities exceeding a unit's limit break are partially wasted. Matching pilot to suitable unit or upgrading the unit is necessary. Unit size impacts evasion. Smaller units are harder to hit. The Spirit stat boosts attack and defense, unlocking powerful weapons and abilities. Spirit is gained by damaging or being damaged. The game also uses Spirit commands, special SP-consuming abilities. Key commands include attack boosts like Hot Blood, hit evasion buffs like Concentrate, guaranteed hits evasion, Sure Hit and Flash, ally spirit boosts, Encourage, and enemy spirit reduction, Exhaust. Peace version adjustments included SP cost changes and altered effects for certain commands. This guide offers strategies for success in Super Robot Wars Alpha on Dreamcast. It emphasizes efficient express and fund acquisition through strategic use of repair units, spirit commands like effort and luck, and powerful map weapons. Mastering these methods is crucial for financing costly unit upgrades. The guide also highlights the importance of special abilities for pilots and units. Pilots gain skills that improve combat effectiveness, while units have defensive abilities. Achieving Ace Pilot status, 50 kills, is highly recommended for its starting spirit boost and access to powerful weapons. Finally, the guide explains the proficiency system. It's tied to the protagonist and influenced by choices and mission outcomes. Higher proficiency leads to more enemies, more rewards, and even hidden units, enriching the overall gameplay experience. This page covers essential steps during the intermission phase in Super Robot Wars Alpha on Dreamcast. It emphasizes that unit and weapon upgrades are paramount, explaining they can be enhanced up to 10 stages, directly boosting power based on invested funds. It stresses strategic upgrades to maximize your army's potential and avoid wasting money. Key actions include checking pilot and unit abilities, and crucially, swapping pilots. You should match pilots with high shooting stats to ranged units, and those with high melee stats to close combat units. It even notes that fairies are eligible for pilot swapping. The guide outlines key points for unit enhancement. First, focus upgrades on your most effective weapons like Dankuga's Danku Koga Ken or Bilbine's Hyper Aura Slash. Second, prioritize upgrading the EN of super robots like Getter Robo and Mazinger Z, as they consume energy rapidly. Third, use option parts to compensate for unit weaknesses, such as boosting mobility or accuracy. A list of obtainable option parts is provided, detailing their effects like increased movement, stats, HP, or N recovery. Finally, the guide advises against spending heavily on upgrades in the early game, as many initial units become less useful later. It recommends saving funds, perhaps only slightly upgrading Super Robot and early on. A note on the DC version confirms that upgrades carry over to successor units, like Getter Robo's various forms, making early investment on base units less risky in that regard. This page transitions from unit preparation to the actual battles, offering a comprehensive scenario strategy guide for Super Robot Wars Alpha on Dreamcast, covering the first 31 chapters. The guide explains how to read its layout, detailing sections like scenario specs, conditions, funds, skill points, strategy points, enemy tactics, key events, and tips for the next scenario. An example scenario, Overlord, is shown demonstrating this structure. Before diving into battle, the page highlights protagonist creation as crucial. Players set their character's name, nickname, gender, birthday, blood type, personality, face graphic, and type. These choices have significant impacts. Personality influences, dialogue, birthday, and blood type determine learnable spirit commands, and the chosen type dictates the starting unit and can even alter the scenario route. The 8 potential protagonist faces are pictured. A special note points out that the specific birthdays required for rare spirit commands have been changed from the PlayStation version, encouraging players to find them. Finally, the guide provides a quick comparison of super robots and real robots, the two main unit types. Super robots are characterized by high HP and armor, low mobility, and powerful close-range attacks, making them durable tanks. Real robots, conversely, boast low HP and armor but high mobility and accuracy, with primarily long-range weapons, focusing on evasion and precision strikes. Understanding these differences is key to building an effective team. This page presents a detailed scenario guide for Super Robot Wars Alpha,
covering chapters 1 through 31. It features a comprehensive flowchart illustrating the game's progression and how player choices lead to different story routes, often splitting between Super Robot and Real Robot paths. Each stage entry lists the units that join the player's army, with a special mark indicating temporary or departing units. The chart emphasizes how different decisions significantly alter the narrative path. A valuable strategy highlighted is the classic game over exploit. By intentionally failing a mission after defeating enemies, players can keep the experience and funds earned, allowing for efficient grinding to power up units early on. Screenshots demonstrate the process of defeating enemies, reaching the game over screen, and confirming that assets are carried over upon restarting the stage. Furthermore, the page details the game's prologue mission. It features characters from Gunbusters battling space monsters. While the stage clears automatically after the second turn, a key tip advises players to defeat the initial 4 monsters in the first turn to gain experience points that transfer to the main game. The appearance of the mysterious Arrowgators at the start of turn 2 is also noted. This page continues the detailed guide for Super Robot Wars Alpha on Dreamcast, focusing on the early stages of both the Super Robot and Real Robot paths. It breaks down key scenarios, starting with Chapter 1, Steel Cockpit, for the Super Robot route. Here, your initial choice dictates which unit deploys first, either the Gurren Lagann or the Hoverpilder. A skill point can be earned by choosing to have the protagonist pilot the Gurren Lagann. Chapter 2 for this route is Mazinger Z Absolute Crisis, where the goal is to reach the Photon Power Laboratory before the enemy destroys it, triggering the appearance of Mazinger Z. A notable skill point requires you to have the Hoverpilder defeat an enemy while docked with Mazinger Z. Switching to the Real Robot route, Chapter 1 is Vanishing Trooper. This stage sees the protagonist in the Huckabine Mk2 facing multiple enemies while reinforcements arrive. The guide notes it's possible to clear the stage with just the protagonist. The skill point here is achieved by having the protagonist, or Quattro Vagina, become adjacent to the unmanned Gundam Mk2 within 2 turns in Chapter 2, Black Gundam. This chapter involves Jared Mesa and Camille Vadan, and centers around acquiring the Gundam Mk2. The guide advises using buildings for cover to evade attacks while waiting for the event trigger. This guide summarizes Chapters 3 and 4 of Super Robot Wars Alpha. In the Super Robot Path, Chapter 3, Getter Team Deploy, focuses on defending the Sawatome Research Institute, utilizing Getter Robo's forms strategically against specific enemies. Chapter 4, The Descent of Zeon Forces, involves battling Zeon Forces and the Black Tri-Stars, with a skill point awarded for defeating one. For the Real Robot Path, Chapter 3, White Base Rescue, involves defending the White Base, with choices affecting the mission. Choosing the correct dialogue earns a skill point. Chapter 4, The Called Bog, takes place in space, highlighting evasion bonuses. This mission includes facing Jared and Kakrakan, and achieving a skill point requires Camille Vidan to convince Emma Sheen to join. Remember to assign Emma a unit after the mission. This page continues the guide for Super Robot Wars Alpha, covering Chapters 5 and 6, which diverge depending on the player's chosen path. Chapter 5 includes scenarios like Secret Numbers, where despite many enemies, the early ones are weak, making it easy to level up new characters like Sai and Ray, who appear as reinforcements before becoming allies. Another Chapter 5 scenario, Ghosts of Zeon, is a timed battle where you must defend the Argama for 6 turns against Zeon forces and the Black Tri-Stars, providing tips on defeating the High Evasion Tri-Stars and the Zanzibar battleship within the turn limit. Chapter 6, titled Argama Assault Order, presents a choice earning a skill point, but beware, you must avoid defeating specific units like Gundam Death, Scythe Hell Custom initially. This chapter pits you against combined Neo-Zeon and Mechanical Beast forces, where your team's overall power is highlighted. The alternate Chapter 6 scenario, Confrontation, Far East Base, brings Mazinger Z and Getter Robo into your team. Here you face another combined enemy force featuring tough opponents like Mashamre, suggesting the use of spirit commands to boost accuracy, and Dulo and Endra, whom you should focus fire on quickly to prevent their retreat and stop the enemy advance. The guide notes that EM's units perform well against mechanical beasts in this map's terrain. This guide summarizes strategies for Super Robot Wars Alpha Chapters 7 to 9 and introduces the first route split. Chapter 7 emphasizes survival until the Getter Robo combination, advising retreat and strategic use of spirit commands. Chapter 8 involves Giant Robo's duel and subsequent reinforcement waves, recommending defeating Urasus for money, and making a crucial Kidutai choice for an extra skill point and altered team composition. Chapter 9 focuses on rescuing Cinnabasters from immediate danger, then leveraging Inigram to weaken high HP enemies.
The guide also presents the first major route split.
Routes. Route A, Jaburo, prioritizes the G3 Gundam and Amuro vs. Gundam events. Route B, South Italia Island, is for players who missed the G3 Gundam prerequisites, want the GP02A or desire 0083 Raideen content, and it grants +2 skill points. These choices influence Chapter 10's scenarios.
This page delves into the early chapters of Super Robot Wars Alpha, detailing events and strategy for Chapters 10 and 11 based on the player's route choice from the previous page's route split. On the Jaburo route, Chapter 10, Amuro again, sees Amuro Ray, Camille Vidal, and Quattro Bagina infiltrating a Federation base. The legendary new type Amuro appears, and the strategy highlights the difficulty of the Ashamar piloted by Bran, emphasizing its high hit and evade rates and recommending the use of spirit commands like Concentrate and Sure Hit. Defeating the Ashamar earns a skill point. Chapter 11, White Mobile Suit, requires the player to evade enemies until turn 4 when the Versus Gundam arrives. Defeating the Ricarl piloted by Mecha earns a skill point.
For players on the South Italia Island route, Chapter 10, Awaken, Hero makes the appearance of Raideen crucial for victory. The initial forces are limited, but reinforcements arrive. Getting a skill point depends on the initial choice made in the scenario setup. Chapter 11, Gundam Hijack, features the formidable Ramba Ral and his Gauf as key enemies. The main objective involves pursuing the prototype Gundam Unit 2, piloted by Anavel Gato. A critical checkpoint emphasizes the need to prevent Gato from escaping the map edge, recommending surrounding him to secure the skill point awarded for reducing Unit 2's HP below 50%. The strategies across both routes emphasize tactical positioning and efficient use of spirit commands against powerful foes. Chapters 12 and 13 of Super Robot Wars Alpha are detailed. Chapter 12, Who is the Fight For?, emphasizes USOUN survival, advising players to wait for reinforcements and focus on a tough Ricarl pilot, Pipinidon. The second half, Man of Ambition, tasks players with pursuing Anavel Gato. A 4-turn limit exists, and the strategy suggests defeating Sima Garahao before Gato to maximize enemy kills. Chapter 13, Gundam with Wings, features battles against the Arrogators and Oz forces, with Hero Yui initially as an ally before turning enemy. Defeating Violetta Vadim grants a skill point. Meteor, seen by a girl, revisits the stage with Oz and Hero, introducing reinforcements like Amuro Ray and the V Gundam. The strategy recommends using terrain and powerful units, like the Versus Gundam or Hero's Gundam Wing, to clear enemies efficiently. This page features a special report on the Dreamcast version of Super Robot Wars Alpha, detailing Chapters 14 and 15. Chapter 14, titled Promise with Father, focuses on defending a base while defeating enemies. Initially, you control Giant Robo and Jinrei Robo against Ursa and Vishnu, with Raideen joining on turn 2. The mission fails if the base is invaded or ally units are destroyed. A key objective is to defeat all enemies by turn 5 to earn a skill point. Later, Quatre, Wing Gundam Sandrock, and Wufei, Ultron Gundam, appear. Preventing them from invading the base is crucial. The strategy suggests positioning units near the base to intercept them directly. This chapter also marks Giant Robo and Raideen becoming permanent units. Chapter 15, The Apostle Attacks, pits the team against the third Angel Sakiel from Evangelion. A choice at the start affects sortie timing, and whether Albert, from Giant Robo, is controllable for the first 3 turns. Choosing this option earns a skill point. Defeating the Angel requires breaking its at field by dealing over 4,000 damage in 1 hit, recommending powerful special attacks like Getter Beam, Raideen's Godbird, or Combattler V's Super Electromagnetic Spin. The Evangelion Unit 00 will eventually go berserk during this battle. This page details the next 2 chapters of Super Robot Wars Alpha.
Chapter 16, titled Howl, EVA Unit 01, revisits Shinji's first sortie against the third Angel Sakiel. This is a familiar stage where damaging Evangelion Unit 01 triggers a berserk event, automatically leading to the Angel's defeat. A key point here is the Shinji flag. Choosing to ride EVA Unit 01 at the start sets a flag that affects later scenarios and provides unique Shinji events. The strategy suggests letting the event happen rather than trying to defeat the Angel manually, as it's very difficult, especially with Shinji's low morale making it impossible to break the Angels at field. Chapter 17 is GR vs GR2. It starts with a one-on-one battle between Giant Robo and GR2, though the advice is to avoid engaging GR2 directly until the Ron Bell team arrives. On turn 2, the mechanized beast army led by Gorgon appears, composed of underwater and aerial units. Brocken arrives as enemy reinforcements on turn 4. He stays to fight if your skill point total is 7 or higher, otherwise he immediately retreats. Defeating Gorgon is recommended as it grants bonus money, experience, and a skill point.
Gorgon has high HP but can be taken down with powerful attacks. GR2 should be defeated after Gorgon. Stage 18 of Super Robot Wars Alpha Guide is split into 2 parts. Crimson Storms. Flying Mazinger pits Mazinger Z against formidable machine beasts and Genosator F9 units. Survive until the Jet Scrander event restores HP and N, enhancing aerial combat. Choose to either have Mazinger Z deploy alone, or with the Hoverpilder, Grungus Type 0, and Diane A. This choice impacts post-clear rewards, Super Alloy Z/Booster or credits, and is also a key factor for earning skill points. The second part, Zeta's Instigation, focuses on the Zeta Gundam battling Titan's forces. The deployment choice, Don't Sortie FA vs Sortie FA, determines ally count.
2 Jagans or Super Gundam. Utilize Zeta Gundam's Hyper Mega Launcher strategically. Enemy reinforcements include Troa Barton in the Gundam Heavy Arms Custom. Defeating him before the Argama arrives is key, as it prompts the Titans to retreat. Earning skill points here depends on the deployment choice and defeating the Heavy Arms. Stage 19 of Super Robot Wars Alpha offers 2 distinct scenarios. Fierce Battle. Getter Robo vs Getter Robo G centers on defending the Shin Otome lab. The Getter team faces waves of enemies including Texas Mac and Mechasaurus, with a focus on protecting the lab and defeating key foes. Key strategies involve taking down Blocken's Ghoul to trigger retreats, and battling the Ryu Oyuki and Ko Oyuki. Gorgon is a challenging foe requiring sustained attacks. The second Great Meeting scenario hinges on a choice related to hero Yui. Requesting aid brings the Argama team early, while declining delays them until Ingram's arrival. Shinji's EVA Unit 01's at field provides immunity. The Angel Shamshell appears, with advantages for Shinji landing the final blow on Titan's units. Earning a skill point requires a specific choice. Prioritize enhancing unit mobility, evasion, and accuracy for the challenges ahead. This page covers the next stages of Super Robot Wars Alpha on the Dreamcast. Episode 20, titled Decisive Battle New Tokyo 2, tasks the player with defeating the Angel Ramiel. However, Ramiel is practically invincible due to its strong at field and immense HP, so the strategy emphasizes ignoring it and focusing on defeating all other enemy units within 3 turns to earn a skill point. Being hit by Ramiel or letting the EVA Unit 01 be destroyed results in failure. Following this stage, the team splits into 3 distinct routes for Episode 21. One of these routes leads to Episode 21, the Holy Warriors, marking the first encounter with Aura Battlers. These units possess an aura barrier that nullifies beam damage up to 3,000, so physical or high damage attacks are crucial to break through it or deal damage. Key enemies include Todd and Baton. Fighting Todd specifically with Xiao in this scenario is important as it sets up a flag for recruiting Todd later. Players are advised to use the Focus Spirit command when engaging Todd due to his power. Preparation for the next stage is highlighted, recommending boosting the mobility of units like RGUN, the protagonist unit, and Dunbine. Episode 21 of Super Robot Wars Alpha on the Dreamcast offers 2 distinct paths. The Beyond the Beast route focuses on the Dankuga team, offering a choice between Kofu City for proficiency gains, Arrow Gators, or the alternative for experience, Boazanians.
The Dankuga combination event enhances Shinobu's morale. Dankuga's Dankukoga Ken is crucial for defeating Valletta and Shapiro. The Hong Kong City route involves defending the Lean Horse Jr. from Titans. This aerial-focused scenario requires strategic unit placement and spirit commands. Using Camille to persuade foe causes the Psycho Gundam to retreat. The Shukra team provides supportive spirit commands. The location of the Shukra team's arrival can be influenced by your choices. The guide for Super Robot Wars Alpha Dreamcast covers episodes 22 and 23. Episode 22, Strength of Eel, focuses on reaching the map's northern edge within 8 turns, with a bonus for doing so in 4. Mobility is key, especially for ground units needing 9 mobility.
Units like the Huckabane Mk2 are highlighted. Spirit commands like Concentrate and Flash are recommended. A tactical note suggests battling Todd with Xiao for experience, if recruiting Todd later is desired. Proficiency points are awarded based on turn count. Episode 23, Queen of Na Country, features Xiao and the Grangaran. Players choose to defend Grangaran, or let Grangaran escape, which affects the battlefield and proficiency points. Letting it escape makes it invincible. Defeating Xiao is a primary objective, requiring sure hit and concentrate. He'll switch to the Bilbine. Leveling Marvel is advised to unlock Hyper Aura Slash for future combined attacks. Points are awarded based on the initial choice and defeating Xiao. This page covers episodes 24 and 25 of the Super Robot Wars Alpha Strategy Guide for Dreamcast. Episode 24, Overload, takes place in Byston Well and involves the Argama remnants clashing with Byrne's forces. The guide recommends assembling a team specifically to take down Byrne if you want to boost training. Reinforcements arrive after 3 turns, or once all initial enemies are defeated. Byrne appears on turn 2, along with Garakilia and a Bastole, triggering an event if you defeat him by the end of that turn, earning a proficiency point. Reaching turn 5 also grants a proficiency point and triggers the Overload event, clearing the stage. The guide advises leveling Xiao here for the next scenario. Episode 25, Above Tokyo, sees the return to Earth. It starts with Xiao and Garalia. Persuading Garataratilia is a key point, as it influences later scenarios and enemy numbers. The Mechanical Beast Army, led by Ashura and Braken, appears after the initial encounter. The guide suggests evading until reinforcements arrive, including units like Voltes V and Dankuga. A tactical note highlights the clone ability used by Dante and Aura machines with high will. Using the Sure Hit Spirit command is essential to reliably land hits against these foes. The toughest enemies here are Dante's combat beasts, requiring powerful attacks due to their high stats. Utilizing the verticality of the city buildings is also recommended. Episodes 22 and 23 of Super Robot Wars Alpha involve strategic team management. Episode 22, To the Sea of Battle, features Combattler V, followed by Voltes V, which requires combined attacks to defeat the tough enemy, Jangyaru's Scaroluk. Focus and Flash are critical spirit commands. Upgrade Voltes VN and Super Electromagnetic Spin. Episode 23, Mazinger Z vs. Great General of Darkness, unfolds in 2 parts. The first map necessitates utilizing terrain and spirit commands against combat beasts. When Mazinger Z's HP drops, Great Mazinger and the Rondbell team arrive. The second map sees the appearance of the Great General of Darkness. Defeat Dante and the General for proficiency points. Exploit the General's weakness by significantly reducing his HP, and then finishing him off in a single turn with hot blood to avoid his HP recovery. This page delves into detailed strategies for the early story of Super Robot Wars Alpha for the Dreamcast, specifically covering episodes 24 and 25. Episode 24, titled Voltes vs. Revival, begins with a choice that affects when Allied reinforcements arrive, but regardless, your units will be separated. The key strategy here is survival. Keep your units dodging until they can combine. The enemy Scaroluk, piloted by Dazul, isn't particularly strong, despite Dazul's higher stats compared to regular enemies, and can be easily handled by using the Focus Spirit command. Looking ahead to the next stage, it's recommended to upgrade Radine's mobility if you have the funds, as he will be a key unit. The next section covers episode 25, Shakin's Demonic Battle. While Great Mazinger appears, the primary unit for this stage is Radine. You should keep Great Mazinger back initially.
On turn 3, the Rondbell team arrives. Work with them and Raideen to clear out the enemy forces. Be prepared for a tough fight against the revived giant Shinaken, who has high defense and always defends against attacks. Using Flash is crucial to reliably dodge his attacks and counter. After defeating all enemies, there's a chance to persuade Galadriel to join your team later in the game, which happens automatically in this scenario if the conditions are met. The page concludes by pointing towards the strategy for episode 26, the Red Evangelion. This page continues the Super Robot Wars Alpha Strategy Guide for the Dreamcast, focusing on key tactics for episodes 22 and 23. Episode 22, titled Gundam to the Sea of Stars, outlines a scenario where player choice impacts allied reinforcement timing. A critical point is protecting Ku-Uraki, who becomes vulnerable in a scripted battle. The guide suggests positioning supporting units nearby beforehand. While defeating the Zanzibar ship is recommended for extra funds, the main advice is to save Sima Garahau and her powerful Gelgoog, Diam, for last. Using spirit commands and strong attacks when her HP is low is key to defeating her effectively. Following this is episode 23, Activate Double Zeta. This stage marks the arrival of Judao Ashta and the ZZ Gundam.
Players start with Judao's core fighter and must send it back to the ship to trigger the ZZ Gundam's sortie. The enemies here are noted as relatively weak, providing an ideal opportunity to train and level up desired pilots. A valuable tip is using Judao's Luck Spirit command in conjunction with the ZZ Gundam's High Mega Cannon to maximize monetary gains from battles. For preparation towards the next scenario, upgrading the beam rifle is specifically recommended. This strategy guide for Super Robot Wars Alpha details episodes 24 and 25 on the Dreamcast. Episode 24, Solomon's Nightmare, focuses on quickly defeating Anavel Gato. Players must use Ku-Uraki's Hot Blood Spirit command and upgraded beam rifle to inflict massive damage within 2 turns. Using Renew on Ku is highly recommended to maximize attacks. Success grants money, experience, and the anti-beam coating part. Episode 25, Crossbone Vanguard, requires protecting Biljit Pirho. The key objective is to have Seabook Arno engage Dorel Rona in combat with the Gundam F-91. Moving the F-91 toward Dorel immediately after its arrival is crucial. Defensively use Focus and Flash. Though Zex and Noin arrive, they are not critical to success. Winning the battle is not necessary, but the engagement with Dorel is vital. Episode 26 of Super Robot Wars Alpha features 2 paths, the Red Evangelion and Visitor from the Sea. The Red Evangelion offers a choice at the start, with the Transport Fleet route recommended for an extra skill point. Key objectives include defeating Angel Gagiel within 3 turns, and the Rekrul team, with a focus on Chris facing Bernie. Defeating Heyman Zanzibar with Dankuga's Hot Blood-powered Danku Kogaken triggers enemy retreats. Visitor from the Sea is similar but eliminates the initial choice. Both routes emphasize preparing Bilbine and Dunbine for the next stage, recommending upgrades to Mobility, Eanes, and Bilbine's Hyper Aura Slash. A memo highlights the strategic use of combination attacks, allowing units like Dankuga and Getter Team to separate, act, and recombine for multiple attacks or powerful finishing moves. Episodes 27 and 28 of Super Robot Wars Alpha present key challenges. Episode 27, Machine Deployment, focuses on defeating Gear Galling, particularly the evasive Pylus. Players must choose between South Eteria Island for fixed allies and +1 skill, or Marquess Islands for a choice of allies, 2 skill, and an easier battle. Taking down Pylus yields +1 skill. Episode 28, Island of EOT, centers on Angel Israfel. The final blow determines rewards. Bright gains +2 skill and yen, while Shinji earns a scenario flag and character development. Defeating Israfel with others yields no bonus. The guide advises upgrading mobility and armor for Ryusei, Rai, and the protagonist's units, anticipating challenging upcoming battles. The next page jumps into episodes 29 and 30, highlighting the upcoming Dreamcast release of Super Robot Wars Alpha on August 30th. Episode 29, titled Felt in the Heart, the Unseen Blade, Black Superfighter, puts you up against your lover and rival, IRM. The guide explains different ways to clear the stage and how your actions affect love and rival points,
as well as skill points. Defeating IRM or your lover can actually grant skill points according to the game's listed bonus conditions. There's a key checkpoint on carefully managing the lover's HP to below 80% for a potential persuasion event.
Warning against using high-power attacks due to their low armor.
This episode also features a route split for the next stage, defeating the angel with 2 Evas or defeating it with brute force, leading to different versions of Episode 30. Episode 30, specifically the route Moment, Heart, Together, accessed via the first route split, is a rematch against the angel Israfel, featuring only Shinji and Asuka. The goal is a simultaneous defeat using the Eva's unison attack. The guide provides tips on achieving the skill point bonus by defeating the angel quickly, ideally within the first turn, often leveraging counterattacks after weakening the enemy. Following this battle, there's another route split for Episode 31, based on whether you choose to shoot down a bullet or have the Eva take the hit, affecting later game development. Episode 30 of Super Robot Wars Alpha centers on defeating the angel Israfel, challenging players to quickly eliminate 2 angel units for skill points. Upon victory, Masaki and the Psybuster gain access to powerful new attacks, significantly boosting their combat capabilities. Players then choose between 2 routes for Episode 31, shoot down the bullet, Route A, booby trap, or have the Eva take the hit, Route B, the value of miracles. Episode 31, regardless of the chosen path, involves defending the Macross from enemy forces. Route A presents an immediate assault, while Route B delays the enemy onslaught until turn 4, requiring players to hold the line. Using spirit commands like Concentrate or Sure Hit is crucial against the mobile Zentradi. The guide recommends bolstering Valkyrie units, emphasizing their mobility and evasion strengths while noting their low HP/armor.
Prioritize upgrades that enhance these qualities.
In next episode, we'll cover up to Episode 48.
In an interview, Super Robot Wars series producer Takanobu Terada discusses the completed Super Robot Wars Alpha for Dreamcast and the upcoming Super Robot Wars for Game Boy Advance. Alpha, developed over 3 years, represents the culmination of ideas following Super Robot Wars Fry, despite debugging delays. The interview highlights surprising dialogue and scenario differences. Super Robot Wars A, built from Alpha's experience, has a more compact development cycle, while retaining features like combination attacks. Terada hints that it might hint at future series directions. The page includes screenshots from both games and a photo of Terada. 2. Terada's check.
Sections offer gameplay advice. Focus on combination attacks and upgrades early on, and be strategic about unit upgrades and combination attacks in the face of strong late-game enemies.
This page is a massive announcement highlighting the upcoming coverage of Shenmue 2 in the magazine. The next issue, releasing on September 7th, Friday, is a special Shenmue 2 issue, and the following issue on September 14th, Friday, will also focus on the game, making the magazine temporarily weekly for this major release. The page features a striking image of Ryo Hazuki, Ren of Heavens, and Joy against a scenic backdrop from the game. The magazine is providing full support and a comprehensive guide for Shenmue 2, boasting over 200 pages of content across the 2 issues. Special features include a perfect guide, a side story manga drawn by the game's designer, and the appearance of characters like Chen. A bonus special map and poster are included. The magazine emphasizes its deep dive into the game, stating this is a must-see for fans. It also briefly mentions continued coverage of Super Robot Wars and news about Sega's future direction. This page delivers a special report on Shenmue 2, emphasizing the rapidly approaching release with a countdown showing just 13 days left. The page features prominent characters like Ren of Heavens and highlights the return of Ryo Hazuki to the streets of Hong Kong as he continues his search for Lan Dai. Supporting characters set to appear are also showcased, including Joy, Fang Mei, Xu Hong, and Jianmin Tao, alongside Ling Shenhua, though the accompanying image appears to be a different character. The magazine provides key game data, confirming the title will span 4 discs, supports VGA output, and mentions a limited first-run bonus, a special disc for Virtua Fighter 4. The focus is a final, comprehensive check of the game's systems and points of interest, building anticipation for this highly awaited sequel. Everyone is ready for Ryo's arrival in Hong Kong. This page dives deeper into a crucial gameplay element in Shenmue 2. The Chawan Zen, or teacup arrangement. It's explained as a coded communication method
used by martial artists, where the specific pattern of 4 teacups holds the key. Ryo discovers a memo mentioning this technique, which leads him to seek out an expert who can teach him how to decipher and perform the arrangements. The page shows examples of using Chawanzen in specific locations, like the Cantonese tea house in Wanchai and the Lele Hotel in Aberdeen. Players must correctly arrange the teacups based on learned patterns. Performing the correct arrangement can trigger significant events, including confrontations with familiar foes like the Yellowhead Thugs, leading to QuickTime events. Successfully completing the QTES, which are a signature part of Shenmue, allows Ryo to overcome the challenge and often yields new information in the form of another memo, pushing his investigation forward. The page highlights that mastering these arrangements and successfully navigating the resulting events is vital for progression in Ryo's journey. This page highlights new gameplay elements and locations in Shenmue 2. It details the return of skill transmission, where Ryo learns powerful new techniques from various masters he encounters during his journey, a feature carried over from the first game. Players will see demonstrations of these skills and can then practice them to master the timing and execution. The page also reveals Zippo lighters as a new type of collectible item scattered throughout the world. Ryo can find these unique lighters in different locations, such as market stalls or within rooms, and examine them closely from various angles, noting their designs. Finally, it previews Ryo's expanded exploration range, which includes the notorious Kowloon Walled City. Described as a key base for the underground, the page shows Ryo traveling to this imposing location by bus, detailing the journey through the city streets and the approach to the walled city's entrance, signifying the next major step in his quest. This page continues the anticipation for Shenmue 2's release, highlighting the valuable first-run limited edition bonus. Gamers who pick up this special edition will receive 2 bonus discs. One is a glimpse into Virtua Fighter 4, giving players a taste of the next installment in the fighting series. The other is the Virtua Fighter 4 Passport VF.net disc, designed to connect to online Dreamcast features, offering tantalizing possibilities that were kept under wraps until launch. The core of the bonus is the Virtua Fighter History/VF4 disc. This extensive compilation delves into the legacy of Virtua Fighter, featuring a history section packed with music and videos from the first 3 games and Virtua Fighter Kids, including over 70 tracks and various behind-the-scenes clips showing motion capture and character models. The Making of VF4 section provides an exciting look into the development of Virtua Fighter 4 itself, showcasing early character designs, development illustrations, and unreleased footage, allowing players to view and zoom in on character models like Akira and Pai. Adding to the Shenmue 2 details, the page confirms the return of a familiar face from the first game, Wang, the owner of the Chinese restaurant in Dobuita. Screenshots show his appearance in Hong Kong, confirming his role in Ryo's next adventure. The page features the striking box art for Shenmue 2, urging fans to grab the limited edition on release day. This page features a special report on the acclaimed visual novel Air. The article delves into the emotional narrative centered around the game's 3 main heroines, Misuzu Kamio, Kano Kirishima, and Managi Tono, exploring their individual summer stories. The report highlights Misuzu's scenario specifically, detailing her character and the poignant tale of her sad dream as the girl of the sky. It provides context on the protagonist, Yukito Kunisaki, and his role within Misuzu's route. Several small screenshots are included, showcasing the game's visual style and dialogue sequences. The page also includes essential game data, such as the publisher, genre, and release information, along with the official website addresses for both the publisher and the developer. Key prominent character illustrations are featured throughout, including a large piece focusing on Misuzu. It's clear this report aims to give readers a deep dive into the characters and the heartbreaking story that defines Air. This page continues the special report on the emotional visual novel Air, shifting focus from Misuzu to the scenarios of Tono Managi and Kirishima Kano. The article explores Managi's route, touching upon the mysterious dream-seeing illness that connects her story with the Kirishima sisters, Kano and Hijiri. It also discusses the protagonist's role in Managi's journey. The report then delves into Kano's compelling scenario, highlighting her relationship with her older sister, Hijiri, and the unique family dynamics they share, including their pet dog, Petito. A notable element in Kano's story is the concept of magic, and the whimsical summon challenge scene, depicted in one of the screenshots, showcasing a more light-hearted moment within the often poignant narrative. The article also outlines the protagonist's involvement in Kano's route. Additionally, the page announces newly revealed voice actors joining the cast, further emphasizing the full voice presentation of the game. Multiple screenshots and character illustrations are featured, providing glimpses into these different character paths and the visual style of Air. This page continues the special report on Air, shifting focus to the game's ancient arc, which details the story of Kanabi no Mikoto, one of the last surviving winged people, and her guardian, Ryuya. The article explains that winged people are seen as divine figures with literal wings, connected to prayer, and possessing abilities to ward off misfortune, though they are often feared. It chronicles Kanabi and Ryuya's perilous escape, highlighting scenes on the mountain path and at a shrine as they flee from forces seeking to control or harm Kanabi. The section includes a profile for Ryuya, the protagonist of this historical narrative, detailing his role in protecting Kanabi. Additionally, character profiles are provided for Kanabi no Mikoto and Uraha, another important character in this past timeline, listing their voice actors as Chinami Nishimura and Kikuko Inoue respectively. Screenshots from this compelling ancient story are featured throughout the page, providing visual context for this crucial part of Air's narrative. This page continues the special report on the visual novel Air, focusing on the ancient arc of the story. The image features Kanabi no Mikoto, one of the last remaining winged people, depicted in traditional attire. The vertical text on the page reads, Shoryaku Era, Year 5, Summer. The very noble Kanabi sets out on a journey, clearly placing this scene during her crucial escape and journey, which was introduced on the previous page. This page provides a visual representation of Kanabi, and highlights the historical setting and her significant role in the game's narrative. This page features a special report on the highly anticipated 2D fighting game, Capcom vs. SNK 2. Millionaire Fighting 2001. The page highlights that the console versions, set to release on Dreamcast and PlayStation 2 in 3 weeks, will include additional characters and various new modes not present in the arcade version. Prominent character art of Chun-Li and Iori Yagami dominates the top of the page, alongside dynamic gameplay screenshots featuring characters like Maki, Chang, Terry, Kyosuke, Ryu, and Yamazaki in action. The article details that the consumer release will incorporate original elements for this console version. Key game data confirms the publisher as Capcom, with an expected release date of September 13th and a price of 6,800 yen. A significant point for Dreamcast owners is the limited bonus Capcom Fighting Fan disc. Exclusive to the Dreamcast version, this disc is packed with content, including replay data for Capcom vs. SNK 2, an illustration gallery from the Capcom series, methods to unlock secret characters, and a comprehensive data collection covering various Capcom fighting titles. The artwork for the bonus disc's jacket is noted as being newly drawn. This page dives deeper into the exciting additions for the console versions of Capcom vs. SNK 2, focusing on the 2 exclusive characters confirmed for the Dreamcast and PlayStation 2 releases. Headlining the page are dynamic artworks of Evil Ryu and Orochi Yori, the powered-up forms of the iconic fighters. The report details that the Ryu featured here has awakened to the surge of killing intent, resulting in altered and enhanced versions of his techniques. Many of his moves are powered up, giving him a feel similar to Shin Akuma, with some signature techniques directly inherited. Screenshots showcase him unleashing devastating attacks. Alongside him is Orochi Yori, driven mad by the blood of Orochi. His transformation brings significant changes to his fighting style, including altered stances, dash movements, and powerful special moves suitable for his berserk state. The page highlights his unique appearance and aggressive approach, shown in various gameplay screenshots. A key point emphasized is that both Evil Ryu and Orochi Yori are available from the very start on the character select screen in the console versions, a significant bonus for players compared to potentially having to unlock them. The page includes a preview of the character select screen, confirming their immediate presence. The inclusion of these fan-favorite, high-powered variants adds substantial value to the console port, promising exciting new strategies and matchups. This page expands on the wealth of content added to the console versions of Capcom vs. SNK 2, beyond the exclusive characters previously discussed. The developers packed in numerous features for the Dreamcast and PlayStation 2 releases, making them the definitive versions. You can choose from a variety of game modes, enhancing the single-player and multiplayer experience. Returning modes like training and color edit are present, alongside new additions like survival mode and replay mode, allowing players to save and review their matches. Furthermore, both arcade and versus modes offer 3 distinct battle formats to choose from before a fight. The first is the strategic ratio match, where you distribute 4 points among up to 3 characters, influencing their strength and weakness. The second is the 3-on-3 match, a direct team battle akin to the King of Fighters series, where teams of 3 face off. Finally, there's the classic single match, the standard Best-of 3 1v1 format familiar from Street Fighter games. With 46 characters and these varied modes and match types, the console versions provide immense depth and replayability, catering to different playstyles and strategic preferences. Artworks of characters like Morrigan, Kyosuke, and M. Bison, Vega, are featured alongside screenshots demonstrating these modes and formats. This page dives deeper into the fantastic extra features packed into the console versions of Capcom vs. SNK 2. Starting with Survival Mode, it's a new challenge where you see how many CPU opponents you can defeat on a single health bar. There are 2 variations, one against every character once, and another fighting endless random opponents. It's all about longevity and skill. Next is Training Mode, which is incredibly comprehensive.
You can display all sorts of data like command inputs, damage values, and combo information.
You can also customize CPU behavior extensively, making it perfect for practicing specific situations, combos, or defenses. The popular Color Edit mode returns, allowing you to completely customize your favorite character's look. This was a hit on the Dreamcast version of the first game, and is back here with even more options thanks to the large roster. Finally, Replay mode lets you save your battles from Versus mode and watch them back later. This is invaluable for analyzing your matches, improving your strategies, or just reliving epic moments and impressive combos. These modes, along with the character customization, add significant depth and replayability, truly enhancing the core fighting experience for the console player. Screenshots showcase each mode in action, featuring characters like Chun-Li, Maki, Terry Bogard, and Ryu. This page gives us a sneak peek at the opening movie for El Dorado Gate Volume 7, the final installment in this episodic RPG series from Capcom. Having kicked off last October, the long battle is finally drawing to a close. The opening movie for this last volume fittingly focuses on the theme of a final battle, or climax. The visuals hint at what's to come, showing characters like Goms and the 12 heroes from the Land of Fate standing ready, along with the imposing figure of La Jin. Screenshots also tease moments from the movie, suggesting the resurrection of demons and the possibility of a final war. There's speculation about La Bajin, sealed away, potentially being revived in this volume, and how that will change the world. The page touches upon the game data, confirming it's an RPG for one player on a single disc, set to release on October 10th for 2,800 yen. Volumes 1 through 6 are already available, leading up to this epic conclusion. Will it be a grand finale or something else entirely? The opening movie promises to set the stage for the series' dramatic conclusion. El Dorado Gate Volume 7 explores the quest for the Revelation record fragments, broken by war god Baltros. Episode 17 follows heroes searching for these fragments in the Land of Fate, facing danger and uncovering clues in the Town of Miracles, Doshinen. The town, a center of the Dios religion, presents a complex environment as the heroes seek information amidst rumors of mysterious gates and the looming threat of demon gods and Baltros. They delve into the black market to continue their search. Episode 18 serves as the finale, as Gomes and the party journey to the Holy City to recover the Revelation record. This episode promises a deeper conflict between the people's faith and the heroes' beliefs, ultimately revealing Baltros' true intentions and leading to a final confrontation. The narrative is supported by screenshots illustrating the journey. This guide explores hidden secrets in El Dorado Gate Volume 6, specifically Episodes 15 and 16. Episode 15's secrets include rescuing a drunkard in Zora Forest for a reward, Secret 1, and exploring the sealed land with 5 Light Orions, Secret 2, with potential future developments. Episode 16 reveals more secrets. Secret 1. Defeating Rayas in a specific way grants the Balmung light. Secret 2. The Leaf Wing tank appears after merging with Kanan. Fire attribute gear is advised. Secret 3. A hide-and-seek game in Arunbira with pixies rewards the Yolgao card. Secret 4. Hidden base locations across the world map are crucial to find before searching for party members. The guide provides screenshots to help players discover these hidden elements, encouraging thorough exploration. This page is a dedicated fan page for El Dorado Gate, bringing together developers and readers. It highlights the game's progress, noting volumes up to Volume 7, which was released on October 10th. The page features a staff column, reflecting on the writing process for the final volume, specifically mentioning characters like Gomez and L. We also get insights from players, with one contributor sharing their thoughts on Volume 6. They express mixed feelings about key events, particularly involving the character Beck and the actions of Gomez, which felt frustrating after revisiting the town of Madeira. The page showcases fan-submitted illustrations as part of the Art Live library, featuring character art of Dagash, Elishan, Radia, and others. There's also an analysis section focusing on the powerful character Bulse, describing him as the war god, and confirming his significant role in Volume 7. Finally, a character popularity poll is announced, allowing readers to vote for their favorite characters from the series. Players are encouraged to submit their votes by postcard by the October 10th deadline, with the results to be compiled later. The page serves as a hub for community interaction as the game approaches its conclusion. This page is all about the highly anticipated Dreamcast port of Fatal Fury, Mark of the Wolves. The article details the various modes available, promising a comprehensive package for fighting game fans. You'll find the core story mode where characters participate in Kane's King of Fighters tournament, a standard versus mode perfect for pitting players against each other with adjustable settings, and a demanding survival mode that challenges your endurance against continuous opponents. The practice mode is highlighted as essential for training, offering deep customization for honing special moves and combos. Adding value beyond the fight, a gallery mode is included featuring character endings and new illustrations exclusive to the Dreamcast release. An options menu is also present for setting game preferences like difficulty and time limits. The publication expresses strong confidence in the port, deeming the sample room a supreme disc that will satisfy fans, and teases a look into character fighting styles. The basic game data confirms it's a fighting game supporting 1 to 2 players and compatible with standard Dreamcast peripherals. Fatal Fury, Mark of the Wolves showcases diverse fighting styles. The game features familiar veterans like Terry Bogard and a new cast with unique approaches to combat. Rock Howard, the protagonist, blends ancient and modern techniques, excelling in aerial attacks and a range of special moves. Terry Bogard, a series staple, relies on powerful, punch-based moves. Kim Dong-hwan, a taekwondo practitioner, favors flashy kick-based specials, while his brother, Kim Jae-hoon, uses powerful, impactful kicks. Hotaru Futaba, a 16-year-old, utilizes Chinese martial arts like Baguazhang and Tai Chi, prioritizing speed and technique over brute strength. The page provides screenshots to illustrate each character's signature moves. Fatal Fury, Mark of the Wolves features a diverse roster of fighters, each with a unique combat style. Janet employs the flamboyant LK art style, emphasizing sharp, leg-based attacks. Gato utilizes aggressive Chinese martial arts with spiritual energy. Hokutomaru fights with the Shiranui ninjutsu style, incorporating hand blades and a wooden sword. Marco Rodriguez embodies Kyokugen Ryu karate, known for its powerful moves. Freeman's Chizomera Reta style uses fluid movements and sharp fingertip attacks. The game's character designs provide various fighting styles, ranging from acrobatic techniques to traditional martial arts and unconventional methods. This page continues showcasing the fighters of Fatal Fury, Mark of the Wolves, diving into some of the more mysterious and powerful participants. First up is Kevin Ryan, a former SWAT officer whose combat style reflects his experience, incorporating robust techniques and an ability to exploit opponents' weaknesses. A notable touch is his son, Marky, who appears in the background cheering him on, adding a personal element to his character. We also see the Griffon, a powerful masked professional wrestler. His strength comes from his heavily trained physique. But he's not just brute force. He's known for flashy, high-flying aerial techniques, making him a versatile and exciting fighter. Finally, the page highlights the tournament organizers and challenging boss characters. Grant and Kane R. Heinlein. Grant is depicted as having gained immense power through dark means, utilizing powerful darkness techniques. Kane, hailing from Second South, is a skilled street fighter with unique moves like Shuru Flame and Shuru Pansua. The fascinating twist is that while they were bosses in the arcade/Neo Geo version, Dreamcast players can select them from the very start, offering immediate access to their formidable abilities. The text hints at their connection to Rock Howard and the true purpose of the tournament, tied to the secret of Rock's mother, adding intrigue to the game's story. Screenshots throughout demonstrate the devastating power of these characters' signature moves. This page showcases the game D.G.I. Chariot Fantasy for the Sega Dreamcast. It's described as a visual adventure game where you are sent to another world and go on an adventure with the inhabitants. The game features over 200 visuals, with character designs by Kogidanbo. All the main character dialogue is fully voiced by over 13 voice actors. There's a prominent section detailing a limited edition which includes a special visual memory unit, a full-arranged soundtrack CD, and a 2002 calendar, limited to 30,000 copies. The game is set to be released on September 6th, a Thursday. The standard edition will cost 5,800 yen, while the limited edition is priced at 7,800 yen. The page includes several small screenshots showing various character interactions and scenes from the game. It also lists the voice cast and company information, including contact details for user support. This page features a colorful illustration promoting D.I. Chariot Fantasy for the Sega Dreamcast. The artwork showcases the game's main characters, including D.I. Chariot herself front and center in her maid outfit, surrounded by other key members of the cast like Puchiko, Rabian, and the various humans and fantastical beings from the adventure. The prominent text at the bottom announces that in response to everyone's passionate requests, the game is now appearing on the DC version. This page serves as a vibrant visual announcement for the Dreamcast release, highlighting the charming character designs by Kogidanbo that fans had been eagerly anticipating. The image captures the whimsical fantasy setting of the game, inviting players to join the characters on their journey in another world. This page is the latest installment of Sachiko Kamimura's Game Tiger's Den column, focusing on the experience of playing Phantasy Star Online ver.2 online. The page features a humorous comic strip illustrating a group session, highlighting the unique social dynamics and gameplay quirks found in the game. The comic shows characters discussing late-night gaming, joking about player identities behind their avatars, and experiencing the flow of combat where, in this instance, the Force character steals the spotlight with powerful magic, leaving the hunter feeling somewhat redundant. Character profiles for Lily, a Fomarl, id. Viridia, Hayabusa 13, a Raycast, id. Purple Num, and Bakudaniwa, a Hunural, id. Pinkal, noted humorously as being played by a male pretending to be female online, are also included, representing the players involved. The column emphasizes the fun of playing with others online, acknowledging the communication costs, but stating the rewarding experience makes it worthwhile. The next page features the Reader Submission Corner, where readers share their thoughts as summer winds down. Contributions cover a variety of topics, from daily life and vacation experiences to hiding their gaming habits and observations about bookstore layouts, including finding Iroj books next to the Game Magazine section. There are also small reader-submitted comic panels included. The bottom section is a movie feature called Cinemas, recommending films. It highlights Shenmue the movie, based on the popular Dreamcast game, detailing Ryo Hazuki's quest for vengeance, and includes a screenshot. Also featured is Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within, an animated film based on the long-running series, discussing its plot involving scientist Aki Ross trying to save humanity from an alien force, also with a screenshot. A ranking of popular movies at the time is also included, listing films like Spirited Away, Jurassic Park 2 Eyes, and others. This page opens with the Dodoria Artist Reader Artwork Corner, showcasing various illustrations submitted by readers, along with short comments from the editors. The submitted artwork covers a range of styles and subjects, with one piece explicitly referencing the game Desperia in its commentary. The lower section of the page features game music composer Noriyuki Iwadare in a segment titled Dorimu. It details his recent visit to Taiwan for an event where he performed live music from his extensive catalog, including popular series like Grandia, Grandia 2, Lunar, and Growlancer. The article includes his profile, highlighting his career composing for games such as Grandia, Lunar, and Langrisser, as well as other media like stage plays and Tokyo Disneyland. Photos from the Taiwan event are included, and information is provided on how to purchase his CD releases. This page continues the Reader Artwork Showcase, featuring more diverse illustrations from fans across Japan. The artwork covers various styles, depicting original characters and potential fan art from games or anime, with comments from both the artists and the magazine editors. There's a brief dramatic manga segment tucked in, centered around a baseball theme. Below the artwork, the page shifts focus to recommended books and guides. This section highlights two notable comic works,
Osamu Tezuka's classic Metropolis, an origin story that was adapted into an animated film, and Takehiko Inoue's Real, a compelling series focusing on wheelchair basketball. The reviews provide a brief synopsis of each story, praising their significance and themes. Finally, the page includes a ranking table, listing the top-selling game strategy guides and books at a specific store during a 2-week period in 2001. This list includes guides for titles like Sakura Wars 3, Is Paris Burning for Dreamcast, Tactics Ogre Gaiden, The Knight of Lotus for Game Boy Advance, and Final Fantasy X for PlayStation 2, giving insight into popular gaming interests at the time across different platforms. This page dives into reader submissions and a reflection on gaming trends. Across different prefectures, fans share their artwork, including illustrations featuring characters from the beloved Dreamcast adventure, Shenmue, such as Wengling Xiaohua, Xu Hong, and Fukusan Uesugi, alongside a curious note about whether Kuran is missing. Other segments showcase diverse character art and a short manga. The page also highlights musician Hayama Koji, known for his game music contributions on platforms like the PC Engine, detailing his prolific career. An insightful article titled Return to Origin contemplates the current state of gaming, suggesting a desire for simpler experiences amidst increasingly complex modern titles, comparing it to the renewed interest in analog music formats and pointing to classic, straightforward games like Tetris as embodying this return to gaming's core appeal. This page features a collection of reader contributions and a guide to new music releases. The reader section, titled Geeky Love Cafe and True Dorimaga Liberation Zone Declaration, showcases fan artwork and messages sent from various prefectures across Japan. You'll see diverse character illustrations, including submissions that appear to reference popular series like Sakura Wars, specifically Sakura Wars 3 set in Paris, with characters resembling Ichiro Ogami and Erika Fontaine, accompanied by text reflecting on Ogami's situation far from home. There are also illustrations reminiscent of Ninja Hattori-kun and potentially Knights of the Zodiac, Saint Seiya, with an armor diagram. These submissions offer a glimpse into the fandom and artistic talents within the magazine's community. The bottom half of the page provides a CD release information guide detailing various new music singles and albums, including artists like Paris Match, The Hi-Lows, and Dream, listing their prices, and a brief description of the sound or content, serving as a music recommendation list for the readers. This page kicks off with reader contributions and columns from magazine staff. The Leave It to Hagi section features Capcom PR's Hagi discussing the end of summer, busy schedules with business trips, and a humorous anecdote about running out of clean underwear before a trip. He also touches on his shyness regarding cosplay. Below his text is a photo of Hagi himself. Next to this is the I Had Such a Dream section, showcasing reader-submitted illustrations based on dreams. One notable illustration depicts a bizarre, white rice-eating race in a battlefield. Another illustration mentions games like Exciting Theater and Lady Stalker, and asks readers about the color of their dreams. Further down, the Submission Goes section covers various reader corners. Perpian's Netgame Go provides a helpful tip about Japan's tele-internet service, explaining the fixed-rate hours from 11 p.m. to 8 a.m. for Dreamcast online gaming and encouraging players to connect and find companions. The Looking for the Game of Memories column features readers asking for help identifying old games. Requests include a Super Famicom RPG with twin protagonists and battles described as plain, and a request for strategy help for Half-Baked Hero on Super Famicom, specifically for Episode 11 and password types. There's also a follow-up reporting that a previous request was identified as Balloon Fight on the Famicom, comparing it to Joust. This page focuses on reader interaction, featuring a game character matchup tournament, where fans submit battle predictions and artwork. Readers can also participate by predicting winners and submitting their own character matchups. The Game Fusion column encourages creative mashups of game titles, with examples like Let's Revive and 355 Gram highlighted. The editors promote humorous and genre-bending combinations. Additional content includes a manga drawing section, trend predictions, and a Q&A about submitting postcards. The page also announces new songs added to the Sega karaoke service for August and September, including tracks from Sakura Wars, Detective Conan, and Final Fantasy IX. A comprehensive list of new songs, covering various Japanese artists and game-related music, is provided. This page continues the focus on reader engagement. The Extreme
Fukawa Style Dojo section highlights reader contributions, featuring discussions and opinions submitted by fans. This section includes a point system and a ranking of contributors based on their submissions, rewarding active participants with prizes like books and original goods. It's a great way for the community to share thoughts and interact with the magazine. A guide details the various submission corners available to readers, covering topics from daily life and questions to illustrations, manga, and even seeking advice or discussing personal struggles. It encourages a wide range of contributions from the readership. Clear rules for submitting artwork and text are provided, outlining file formats like JPEG, size limits for monochrome and color images, and the necessary contact information to include. Readers can contribute via postcard or email, making it accessible for fans to share their creative work and opinions. Finally, voice actress Omi Minami has her column, Omi Minami's Open Sesame, where she shares personal anecdotes. This entry discusses her experiences with her pet poodles, Sumugi and Purin, and a humorous, slightly bizarre story involving a UFO catcher game and coin banks, offering a glimpse into her everyday life outside the recording booth. This page features Fumio Kurokawa's column, titled, Still Black or Summer Slump. Kurokawa laments the current state of the game industry, noting a lack of positive news and a general downturn compared to the more vibrant past. He describes the industry as being in a downward trend, with many companies focusing on offering cheaper products as they struggle. While acknowledging Final Fantasy X as one of the few bright spots, he discusses the challenges with hardware sales, specifically mentioning the struggles of PlayStation 2 sales and the difficulties faced by various manufacturers. The news headlines section reinforces this picture, covering a range of industry events including rumors of defects with the Xbox, decreased operating profits for companies like Mandarake, Aruz and Konami, reflected in stock price drops, and the stock market's cautious view on online games despite titles like Phantasy Star Online. The section also includes a rather bizarre headline about the attack on a Detective Conan statue, which seems out of place but is listed here. Overall, the page paints a picture of a challenging period for the Japanese game industry. This page presents information about the new anime series Rune Soldier, based on the popular novels by Ryo Mizuno, creator of Record of Lodoss War. The anime, which had been airing since April, is scheduled for a VHS and DVD release on August 25th. The page highlights the series' lighter, more comedic tone compared to the serious Lodoss War, while still sharing the same world setting. Key characters introduced are the protagonist, Louis, an unconventional magician who prefers physical combat, Melissa, a serious and noble priestess, Jeannie, a skilled warrior, and Air, a wealthy magician who helps the party. The article provides details on the voice cast, featuring notable actors, and mentions bonus features on the DVD release. It also directs readers to the official website for more information. Additionally, a section features other anime pickups, including the cooking anime, Let's Get Cooking, and the classic dog story Howling Bun Bun, both airing on different satellite channels. The page provides a good overview of the Rune Soldier anime adaptation and promotes other series available. This page features a pickup section for upcoming home video releases of various anime series on VC, VHS, and DVD. The lineup includes popular titles like Hair plus Goo, a quirky comedy featuring Hair and the mysterious, shape-shifting girl Goo, Pray Tear, a fantasy series with a beautiful girl in a white dress featured on the cover, the dark hero action of the Soul Taker, showing a character wielding a gun, and the super robot action of Great Destruction star Gi Dangayo, featuring the titular mecha. Also highlighted are the martial arts anime grappler Baki, with the muscular protagonist Baki, and the sci-fi comedy Galaxy Angel, showcasing the cute characters from the series. For longtime fans, there are volume releases for the classic mecha series Mobile Suit Z Gundam, and a DVD box set for the supernatural action-adventure Yu Yu Hakusho, featuring the character Hiei on its cover. Below the video releases, a CD pickup section promotes the ending theme single for the anime Magical Meow Meow Taruto, featuring an image of the main characters. Finally, the news section announces that an OVA adaptation of the visual novel Nakoruru, Ano Hitokara no Okurimono, was revealed at a fan appreciation event, showing a photo from the event featuring voice actors. This suggests continued support for the Nakoru character and her associated media. This page features a recurring comic strip titled Something Yoshimatsu Theater by animator and manga artist Something Yoshimatsu. The comic details the artist's experience attending Comic-It, referred to as Coke, capturing the chaotic atmosphere and large crowds, and expressing a desire to leave.
The narrative humorously touches on the artist selling his own self-published work, doujinshi, and features a running gag involving nekomi, cat ears, which seems to be a theme in his doujinshi. The comic includes a panel mentioning VF.net, relating to Sega's Virtua Fighter series, suggesting the artist's interest in gaming, though the main focus is the convention experience and the nekomi absurdity. The artist's biography confirms his work as an animator and other manga serializations, highlighting his connection to gaming media. The comic culminates in a surreal moment, where the artist is seemingly haunted by the sight of real cats by the road, linking back to the nekomi theme. Makita Yoshiharu's 31st Comic Wonderland installment features a swimsuit-clad girl sketch. The author reflects on a busy period, including the scorching heat of Comic-It, which left them exhausted. Despite the challenges, meeting fellow creators is a valuable experience. The essay pivots to gaming, recommending the visual novel Comic Party for those who missed the convention. The author hints at their circle and characters appearing, especially mentioning Chisa. They encourage readers to seek it out. Concluding, the author mentions attending an arch-enemy concert and promises a return next month. Background music is identified as Jan Day Arc. The piece is a cute illustration essay featuring Haruna, Kyuko, and Ayu, by the prominent Bishoujo illustrator Makita Yoshiharu, who currently enjoys playing games. This page features an interview with game creator Takayuki Shinkyo. He discusses his childhood, where he was often picked on, and his early introduction to gaming with classics like Space Invaders in elementary school, which had a significant impact on him. His passion for games, especially Namco titles, grew in junior high, leading him to contact the company and even visit, getting a glimpse of promotional dioramas, possibly related to games like the Tower of Druaga. He reflects on working in the game industry since high school, and emphasizes that simply liking games was the most crucial prerequisite for his career. He also touches upon the importance of finding joy in making others happy through game development, and the need for endurance in the industry. This page showcases the world of the acclaimed RPG, Grandia 2, highlighting its official setting guidebook titled Grandia 2 World Guidance. The page prominently features a large, dynamic illustration of the main cast, including Ryudo, Elena, Millennia, Mareg, Tio, and others, radiating the adventurous spirit of the game. Smaller previews show the contents of the book, offering fans a deep dive into the game's creation, with sections dedicated to character designs, world settings, monster profiles, and even interviews with the music and development staff. There are also glimpses of illustration galleries, animation details, and storyboards. The guidebook is in a 4-size 176-page volume. Published by SoftBank Publishing, it's available for purchase online via their website. There's a special campaign offering free shipping until August 31st. This book serves as an essential resource for any fan looking to explore the rich lore and artistic vision behind Grandia 2. This page is a reader survey postcard form for the magazine. It allows readers to provide feedback to the editors about the current issue and their gaming habits. The survey asks questions covering demographics like gender and age, reading habits, including other magazines they read, ownership of Dreamcast hardware and software, and their plans for future purchases. It also asks about their arcade game-playing habits and their opinions on the articles featured in this specific issue, as well as the cover illustration. Extensive lists of articles, hardware, and Dreamcast software titles are provided for readers to easily select their answers. This page features a column by manga artist Izumi Takemoto, titled Growing Up with Various Things. The column reflects on specific periods of intense anime viewing. The author reminisces about the year 1984, when they watched numerous theatrical anime releases, including classics like Urusei Yatsura 2, Beautiful Dreamer, Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, Doraemon, Nobita's Great Adventure into the Underworld, and Sherlock Hound, noting that year was unique for how many films were seen in cinemas. The column then shifts to a more recent anime experience, specifically watching Princess Arcomanite. The author expresses a deep personal fondness for the film, but admits it's hard to be objective about its quality. They mention discovering the film through a computer magazine article and seeing a TV commercial. The page also includes a brief mention of other series and movies the author has watched or considered recently, touching on popular franchises with strong gaming ties such as Digimon, Pokemon, Sakura Wars, Slayers, and Cowboy Bebop.
alongside films like The Emperor's New Groove and Atlantis. The artwork depicts the author's character and characters from Princess R. D. Might, adding a personal touch to the reflection on anime viewing habits. This page is the Dorimaga Artist Color Annex Dorimaga exhibition, showcasing submitted artwork from readers. The editors note that submissions have increased, which they are happy about, thanking everyone for their contributions and divine help. The exhibition features a variety of pieces, including traditional Kura-style illustrations like a girl enjoying fireworks and shaved ice in a yukata. There are also several computer graphic submissions, CG. These include a detailed 3D model of a mech from Sakura Wars 3, a dynamic piece titled Mission Complete, which appears to show Sector from Mortal Kombat alongside another character, though the text confusingly mentions Phantasy Star Online, a depiction of Akira Yuki from Virtua Fighter, with a striking personality gap noted by the artist, a cute chibi character illustration, and a piece titled My Princess, featuring a character reminiscent of the Princess Maker series, specifically Princess Maker 2 according to the commentary. The editors express appreciation for the effort and detail in the submitted works. This page continues the reader artwork exhibition, showcasing a vibrant collection of fan submissions. The variety is fantastic, ranging from traditional illustrations to polished computer graphics, highlighting the diverse talent in the Dreamcast community. We see characters from across the gaming spectrum represented here. There's artwork referencing Makaj, a memorable character from the classic RPG series Lunar, alongside interpretations of characters like Goku, possibly tied to a Sayuki adaptation, and the iconic idols Roxy and Cube from Jet Set Radio, depicted in a fun summer style. Fighting game fans will recognize Yuri Sakazaki from King of Fighters, Terry Bogard and Rock Howard from Garou, Mark of the Wolves, a true Dreamcast gem, and a reference to Vanessa from Virtua Fighter 4. Puyo Puyo characters Jiru and Rulu also make an appearance, showing the popularity of the puzzle series. There's even Niai from the legendary RPG Phantasy Star 2. The comments from the editors and artists add personality, often reflecting on the characters or the artistic process. It's clear this corner is a valued space for fans to share their passion. The page also includes details on how readers can submit their own artwork for consideration in future issues, listing the formats and contact information for both postcard and digital submissions. This page dives into the romance-adventure game, Canaria, detailing its core gameplay and offering early game strategies. The game is described as a charming title, where a transfer student interacts with 6 girls from the Light Music Club, featuring natural characters and engaging, often comical dialogue. Progressing day by day, players utilize a free movement system, choosing one location to visit each day. Where you go determines which heroine you meet and the events that unfold. The guide highlights that reaching a character's happy ending primarily depends on triggering specific major events, easily identifiable by the character's face icon appearing on the map, and making the correct choices during these key moments. Minor events, while present, are noted as less critical for simply reaching an ending, though the guide aims to help players find them too. Important tactical advice is given, such as avoiding events for certain characters if you're targeting someone else. Specifically mentioning Futaba's events can be detrimental to other routes. It also points out that Megumi's initial appearance is mandatory for her route, and can interrupt free movement on specific dates, like May 29th to 31st, or June 11th, if not triggered beforehand. The game also features days without free movement, such as Sundays and Mondays, when the Light Music Club meets. Screenshots show the map view with character icons and dialogue scenes, illustrating the game's presentation. This guide focuses on the character routes in Canaria, specifically Sayeki Ayaka and Hoshino Maiko. For Ayaka's Good Friends route, build a relationship early, participate in practice on June 14th, trigger the event on June 26th, and consistently choose kind dialogue options. Hoshino Maiko, a clumsy drama club character, is encountered early, with her face revealed on May 29th. Actively support her by helping her. Trigger her appearance event by June 7th. Minor events showcase her clumsiness. The guide also addresses forced events that happen on fixed dates. If the targeted character is involved, choose to participate. Otherwise, refuse. Refusing a forced event for your target can cancel that day's free movement. Failing to trigger a mandatory appearance event, like Maiko's by June 7th, also cancels free movement. This character strategy guide for Canaria details routes for Shinjo Chiaki and Hasaku Eri. to romance Chiaki, frequent invitations and securing future tutoring sessions are vital. Key events occur at the music shop and her home, some triggered by earlier choices. Notably, June 14th features events related to her father, and June 11th has a random event. For Eri, embracing her affection is key. While a major June 25th event exists, it's not required for her ending. Her route involves home and town interactions, with highly randomized morning wake-ups, 34 patterns, and bedtime conversations, 12 variations. A crucial tip: never choose time out. A significant June 25th event, involving stolen food, requires progressing Megumi's route and completing her live performance event. This page continues the character strategy guide for Canaria, focusing on Katagiri Mika and Chigasaki Megumi. For Mika, the guide highlights her role as the drummer in the light music club. Despite her tough exterior shown in a screenshot, her route delves into her genuine emotions during key events. The advice emphasizes actively engaging with her whenever possible, noting that choices can be tricky, but focusing on her is key to revealing her true self. Megumi is introduced as a street musician you meet after the game's opening. Her route involves listening to her busking performances in the shopping district, which helps build your relationship. A critical strategy point is to meet her naturally early on, as failing to do so results in a forced, potentially unfavorable, encounter on June 11th, depicted in a screenshot of her performing. The page also includes a brief comic strip featuring characters from the game, and a mention of an official strategy guide being available. This page is part of a special, multi-issue feature focusing on Sakura Wars 3, Is Paris Burning?, highlighting it as a game that can only be covered like this now, thanks to Dorimaga. It includes interviews with the voice actors of the Paris Flower Division, and a detailed strategy guide. The page features Yoshino Takemori, the voice actress for Hanabi Kitaoji. An interview with her discusses her long career, dating back to the 1980s, and her experience voicing Hanabi. She reflects on the role, noting it had been about a decade since she had done such intensive acting work, and found portraying Hanabi's hidden emotions challenging but rewarding. She also mentions a particularly impactful scene involving the character Corbeau. The character strategy section is dedicated to Kitaoji Hanabi, offering a perfect guide to thoroughly increase her trust level, unique to Dorimaga. It promises a flowchart to help players navigate the interactions and choices needed to build a strong bond with Hanabi. Finally, the page announces a giveaway for a unique, unfolded poster featuring the handwritten signatures of all 5 Paris Flower Division voice actors, emphasizing that this is a limited opportunity for fans. The coverage clearly caters to fans of Sakura Wars 3, combining insights from the voice cast with practical gameplay strategy. This page continues the special feature on Sakura Wars 3, Is Paris Burning? Quote, focusing on the character Hanabi Kitaoji and her voice actress, Yoshino Takemori. The main feature is an interview where Takemori discusses her role as Hanabi, describing the character as someone she wants to protect, and considering Hanabi's personality a part of her own now. She recounts her initial impression of Hanabi, and the challenges of portraying the character's complex emotions and hidden depth, mentioning the difficulty of balancing acting with the subtle nuances required for the role. She also touches on the recording process and the memorable experiences during production, including the music recording. The page also provides a perfect trust-level acquisition flowchart guide for Hanabi, designed to help players build a strong bond with her throughout the game. It highlights key interactions and choices necessary to deepen the relationship with this reserved character. Additionally, there is information about a special gift campaign offering signed goods from the Paris Flower Division voice actresses, including a unique poster and signed telephone cards. The coverage effectively blends insights from the voice actor with practical gameplay tips for fans looking to fully engage with Hanabi's character arc. This page is a detailed guide for fans of Sakura Wars 3, Is Paris Burning? Quote, focusing entirely on building the relationship with the quiet beauty Hanabi Kitaoji. It provides a comprehensive walkthrough covering her key events from chapters 3 through 6. The guide breaks down each chapter, listing specific times and locations within Paris, where you can encounter Hanabi and participate in interactive lips, live and interactive picture system, sequences. These timed choices are crucial for increasing Hanabi's trust level, with the optimal choices marked to ensure players can maximize their bond with her as they progress towards the pivotal events leading up to the 6th chapter. While it details various encounters, including navigating her room, the cemetery, and dealing with situations involving other characters like Glycine, The core focus is on selecting the correct responses during conversations to show understanding and support for Hanabi. The page also features a small side note from Hanabi's voice actress, Yoshino Takemori, sharing a brief anecdote about how she was encouraged by the director to allow Hanabi to show a more relaxed, normal side when interacting with trusted friends like Origami and Glycine, highlighting the depth of the character and her relationships within the game. This guide is essential for players aiming to see Hanabi's character arc through and achieve a strong connection with her.
This page continues the in-depth guide for building the relationship with Hanabi Kitaoji in Sakura Wars 3, Is Paris Burning? It maps out more key events during the free movement phases, specifically between 12 o'clock and 12:55, across various locations in Paris. The guide details different interactive lip sequences you'll encounter, from chance meetings in the first floor lounge and cemetery, to specific interactions at the police station, shop, library, and even Hanabi's own room. It provides clear indications of which dialogue choices will increase Hanabi's trust level, essential for progressing her story arc. The page also covers events occurring slightly later, from 12:30 to 12:55, including encounters at the bar, market, the Bleuet Blanc entrance, cafe, waterside bridge, and restaurant, each presenting further lips opportunities to deepen the bond with Hanabi. The guide emphasizes the importance of making the correct choices in these timed events. Additionally, there's a brief note from Yoshino Takemori, Hanabi's voice actress, sharing insights into portraying Hanabi and mentioning a favorite scene, adding a personal touch for fans of the character. This page is a vital resource for players dedicated to seeing Hanabi's character development and achieving a strong connection with her in the game. The next page continues the detailed guide for Sakura Wars 3, Is Paris Burning?, focusing on navigating the 6th chapter, A Day Off in Paris, and crucial events impacting the relationship with Hanabi Kitaoji. It maps out specific timed events and lips interactions occurring throughout the day, from 12 o'clock to 12:55, across various locations like the restaurant, Hanabi's room, and Teltool Plaza. The guide highlights dialogue choices that influence Hanabi's trust level during these encounters, such as discussing calligraphy or her birthday. Beyond the relationship building, the page covers significant combat events in the chapter, detailing the rescue of Hanabi during a battle, specific interactions during boss fights involving Hanabi and Glycine Bloomer, and a major combat sequence on the Champs-Élysées. It also touches upon date events, including a movie date with Hanabi, and the options available, emphasizing how choices affect the outcome and potentially unlock further events. A personal note from Hanabi's voice actress, Yoshino Takemori, offers insight into portraying the character, adding a nice touch for fans. The guide serves as an essential resource for players aiming to progress through the chapter effectively and deepen their bond with Hanabi. This page is the Oh Hanama, Volume 06 section, a fan feature dedicated to the world of Sakura Wars. It announces a shift in focus to the exciting, dramatic card game. The big news is the launch of the second act for the card game, introducing fan favorites Orihime Soletta and Reni Milchstrasse to the roster, alongside established characters like Maria Tachibana, Kana Kirishima, and Iris. The page explains, the core concept of the game involves staging grand performances with your team of characters to earn income. Different performances require varying numbers of team members and offer different rewards. Details are provided on the card game's release, including starter packs featuring different characters on the packaging and expansion packs. Fans could also get special limited PR cards, like Orihime and Reni in battle attire, by pre-ordering at specific stores like Lawson and Taisho Ramondo. Additionally, there's a fun Welcome to the Little Imperial Activity Photo Gallery section showcasing fan-submitted manga and illustrations related to Sakura Wars, along with a section for other fan art and messages, including an illustration of Iris. This page continues the focus on the world of Sakura Wars, presenting a detailed look at a specific variant of the iconic steam-powered mechs, titled Steam Arsenal. This feature showcases the Kubu F2 model piloted by Kokuriko. It provides key technical specifications for this new machine, including its dimensions, weight, and armament, like the magic baton and magical horns. The text highlights its capability as a formidable mid-range attack machine, designed to engage multiple enemies simultaneously with no blind spots. The page features a vibrant illustration of Kokuriko's custom Kubu F2, emphasizing its unique design and weapons, along with charming cat characters that appear in the series universe. This page dives deeper into the Kubu Fa2 Kokuriko custom from Sakura Wars, building on the previous page's introduction. It highlights the significant differences from the standard Phi model,
noting it's essentially a custom machine with extensive adjustments. Key improvements include lightweight armor modifications on areas like the shoulders, thighs, and feet, drastically boosting mobility and agility. The primary weapon, the magical horns, have been upgraded, doubling in capability from 2 to 4, which greatly enhances offensive power and accuracy. This powerful armament is housed within a high-rigidity frame to handle the increased output and vibration. The page also includes a charming manga strip titled, Go! Nyan Nyan, featuring the series' cat characters moving houses. Additionally, a basic knowledge section delves into the origins of the Kubu, or spirit armor concept, explaining how it differs from earlier Steam machines by being powered by the pilot's spirit energy, mediated by spirit crystals, and a spirit reaction base, making it uniquely suited for combat against demons in an urban setting. This lore section is contributed by Ryuma Kanbayashi, a former Sakura developer. This page is packed with essential info for Dreamcast players, showcasing guides for 2 massive titles. First up is a guide for Phantasy Star Online version 2, presented as the Perfect Guide. It boasts adding significant content to the original So Perfect Guide, and providing a thorough strategy for Ver 2 across 6 major features. Visuals show examples of the guide's content, including detailed area maps, comprehensive enemy data listing rare enemies and strategies, boss battle strategies with stats and attack patterns, the secrets of mag evolution including stats and item changes, and a breakdown of rare items with acquisition hints and specs. It also covers section hints and their relationship to item drops.
It promotes the guide as a must-have for any player looking to master the expanded game. Below that, we switch gears to the frantic fun of Crazy Taxi 2, highlighting its driver's manual guide. This guide promises to help players master Crazy Taxi techniques with illustrations, conquer map strategies focusing on key points, and fully clear the game and challenge records, including tackling the Crazy Pyramid. It also teases revealing hidden elements and online service information. The artwork features the game's iconic logo and a taxi. Both sections are essentially advertisements for strategy guides published by SoftBank Publishing. This page features the second installment in the popular Pachislot King series, titled Pachislot King Dream Slot Olympia SP. This new release focuses on machines from the Olympia manufacturer, featuring 3 classic models: the legendary Hot Rod Queen, the high-yield Beat the Dragon 2, and the currently operating Ice Story. The game includes a net tournament feature where players can compete for prizes, with the top prize being worth 100,000 yen. Winning depends on the number of coins earned. 2 key modes are highlighted: a lecture mode, designed for beginners to learn the basics of slot play and crucial techniques like avoiding missed payouts on replays and minor rolls, and a challenge mode, where players can test their skills, including eye press ability, hitting specific symbols, and replay handling, aiming for an S-rank evaluation. The reviewer notes that mastering the techniques taught in lecture mode is essential for success in the net tournament. Additionally, the page includes lists of upcoming new game releases and strategy guides for various other Dreamcast titles featured within the magazine. This page features the upcoming tactical simulation game, Random as Black Soul, introduced with the tagline, "A song dedicated to the mercenaries with no tomorrow." The page showcases the game's protagonists: Hiroko Ford, a hot-blooded RB pilot who fights for justice, and Yutaka Usaki, the cold and pragmatic captain of the Special Training Division, whose differing viewpoints often cause conflict. Players step into the role of Yutaka, leading the division in mech battles to complete missions. A standout feature mentioned is the high-performance Morita Shiko, AI controlling enemy units, promising challenging combat that sets it apart from other simulation games. Screenshots depict both detailed mech fights and the strategic hex grid battlefield. This article provides a final look at the game's systems before its release, highlighting the tactical depth. This page delves into the simple yet deep battle system of Random as Black Soul. Combat unfolds on a hex-based grid where players take turns commanding their units against the enemy. Success depends on achieving specific mission objectives like destroying enemy facilities, and rewards are earned upon completion, though repair costs and ammo are deducted. The game emphasizes strategic depth, requiring players to utilize terrain effects and unit cooperation effectively to overcome challenging opponents. Featured here are 3 more characters joining the fight. Chris Ende is introduced as a strong-willed young lady from a wealthy background who wields a great sword. James Joyce is depicted as a skilled sniper, charming but talented in long-range combat, who begins to question the meaning of war. Claire King, despite her young age, is a brilliant mechanic with a high IQ who is fiercely devoted to Yutaka,
becoming a mechanic against his initial wishes. The article highlights the importance of choosing the right weapon for the situation. While basic RB units primarily use Vulcan, rifle, and sword, long-range machines are equipped with cannons for indirect attacks. Each weapon type has different characteristics in terms of power, range, and energy consumption, making tactical weapon selection crucial for victory. The strategic elements showcased reinforce the idea from the previous page that this game offers significant tactical depth beyond typical simulation titles. This page details the two main ways players earn funds in random as Black Soul: completing mandatory missions assigned by the higher UPS, and taking on riskier contractor jobs from Joseph. While the higher-up missions are non-negotiable, Joseph's jobs are high risk but offer significant rewards, allowing players to choose based on the challenge and potential payoff. We are also introduced to another key character, Sergei Nikopov, a formidable and cold-blooded warrior feared even by his own allies due to his ruthless efficiency in battle. The page then dives into a specific mission scenario titled "Impede the Progress of Enemy RB and Defend the Confidential Information to the Death." The objective is clear: prevent enemy RB units from breaching a forbidden zone and eliminate them to protect crucial data. This scenario includes screenshots showing the hex-based battle map with marked objectives and forbidden areas, as well as in-game views of the RB units engaging in combat. Successfully completing these missions is vital for acquiring the funds needed to maintain your RB units and purchase necessary equipment, tying back to the importance of managing resources hinted at on the previous page. This page delves into the crucial aspect of customizing your RB units and weapons, essential for challenging the increasingly powerful enemies in random as Black Soul. Earning funds, as discussed previously, is vital, and here we see why. Modification costs money, with a screenshot showing a lack of funds halting reconstruction. The page explains both unit modification and weapon modification. Units can be enhanced parameter by parameter, although focusing on one stat like HP might decrease another like mobility. The goal is to balance abilities to create powerful, specialized units. Weapons, on the other hand, can be upgraded in level, with some evolving into stronger variants after reaching level 5. This depth in customization allows players to tailor their RB force to their preferred combat style. We are also introduced to two characters. Roman Craner is a player who finds beauty in direct, all-out battles and refuses tactics that betray his beliefs. Rand Paulin is highlighted for her exceptional piloting skill, referred to as expert class, though she sees combat simply as her job. The page showcases gameplay scenarios. Scene 02 depicts confirming enemy reinforcements after forming a defensive line, leading to the start of the attack. Scene 03 emphasizes maintaining formation and defending the line under fire, illustrating how battles can devolve into wars of attrition. These scenarios highlight the tactical gameplay and the importance of strategic positioning and unit synergy. This page introduces a fascinating new title for the Dreamcast, Typing of the Date, a unique communication typing game that aims to blend the intensity of competitive typing with the emotional depth of a dating simulation. This striking artwork features anime-style visuals, depicting characters enjoying summer festivities like fireworks and the beach, setting a romantic, perhaps nostalgic tone. The game challenges you to express feelings by typing words accurately and quickly. It seems the success in communicating through typing directly impacts the romantic narrative. Scored an impressive 95%, this Hudson title is scheduled for release on September 27th for 4,800 yen and is exclusive to players with the Dreamcast keyboard. Beyond just typing, the game promises both excitement and laughter, hinting at a lighthearted yet engaging story. For those who pre-order, there's a special bonus: an armrest featuring an illustration of the character Makoto, designed to make those long typing sessions more comfortable. The page also features brief interviews with two key developers, the scenario and system planner, and the character designer, sharing their passion behind creating this novel genre blend. This page delves further into the unique gameplay of Typing of the Date, detailing the overall flow from start to finish. The process begins with selecting a character from 3 chosen heroines, narrowed down from the original 7 due to time constraints and developer preference. Gameplay involves initiating dates where conversations unfold through typing. Successful typing increases affection and progresses the date. The game features various events, including typing challenges triggered during dates, and unexpected troublemaker encounters that require typing to defeat them. Failure resulting in a game over. Minigames also occur, demanding good performance to continue the date. Dates conclude, sometimes triggering special CG illustrations, and progression through multiple dates ultimately leads to a confession attempt on the 5th date. The game boasts approximately 20,000 words of text for communication. The page also introduces one of the heroines, Makoto Minagawa, providing a brief profile detailing her blood type, zodiac sign, hobbies, photography, and personality. The developers emphasize enjoying the character's expressions
and conversations crafted for this new genre.
This page continues the deep dive into typing of the date, focusing on the unique typing elements and minigames. The article highlights how the words player's type aren't always serious, often featuring hilarious content and numerous puns, dajare, during events and minigames. This is noted as a deliberate design choice, adding to the game's charm. Developer comments explain that the words are randomized to prevent players from simply memorizing answers, ensuring it remains a communication challenge rather than just a typing test. They even admit a fondness for dad jokes, which are apparently plentiful in the game. The page then introduces several of the game's 10 minigames, which can be replayed after initial completion. These minigames incorporate typing words or letters with increasing difficulty and time limits, often leading to challenging situations or mistypes. Examples shown include mole whacking, where typing words on moles makes them pop, and Ochiji, a block-dropping game where typing clears pieces. There's also Cheer Battle, requiring typing to fight off approaching enemies, and Puzzle 11, a sliding tile puzzle solved by typing text on the panels to move them. Finally, the page introduces Ayumi Shirai, one of the heroines.
Her profile lists her as blood type A, Virgo, with hobbies like karaoke and a love for fashion. She is described as relaxed, very social, and having many friends.
The next page dives deeper into the meticulous design of typing of the date. It highlights the extensive key customization options, allowing players to fine-tune their input methods character by character, ensuring a comfortable typing experience. Even the loading screens aren't wasted time, keeping players engaged somehow. For those new to touch typing, there's a dedicated lesson mode that patiently guides you from basic home position to proper finger movements. It's perfect for getting up to speed before tackling the main game. The page also introduces Shizuku Morimura, another heroine in the game. Her profile lists her as blood type A, Virgo, with hobbies like walking her dog and playing the piano.
She's described as gentle and a bit shy, yet possessing inner strength.
An interview with key staff, including Mr. Takeshita, reveals the game's unique concept, blending a dating simulation with a hardcore typing game. They discuss the challenge of making the dialogue feel like genuine conversation, requiring quick judgment beyond just typing speed. The text varies in difficulty, and there are hidden elements to discover. The developers express confidence that this blend offers a fresh and enjoyable typing game experience unlike any other. This page features the quirky world of Digi-I Chariot Fantasy for the Dreamcast. A large illustration shows the main cast, including Digi-I Chariot, Petit Chariot, Puchiko, Rabian Rose, Jema, and others in various outfits. The main article dives into this fantasy adventure,
where the characters find themselves lost in another world. It highlights the departure from the usual gag-heavy Digi-I Chariot style, promising a different kind of story. The game is an adventure title for the Dreamcast. A character profile for Digi-I Chariot mentions her usual traits, working at a store in Akihabara, and being a princess from the Digi-I Chariot Star, known for her distinctive Nyo speech. However, in this game, having lost her memory, she becomes unexpectedly quiet, offering a fresh take on the character. Further sections discuss the game's elements, including a movie produced by Madhouse, and an interesting gameplay mechanic where Digi-I Chariot's ribbon color changes based on scenario choices, branching the story. Screenshots are included showing in-game scenes, giving a glimpse of the visual novel-style presentation. Digi-I Chariot Fantasy presents 6 scenarios based on Digi-I Chariot's ribbon color, focusing on her amnesiac journey in a new world. The story follows Dejiko and the protagonist as they navigate these branching paths. The first scenario involves Wendy, a shepherd girl who aids in finding a lost hat.
Other paths include Hinagiku, potentially offering guidance home, Kane and Cecil, siblings with a secret, Erica, a deputy sheriff, Kalela and Greg, alchemists searching for a cure, Rune and Luna, enigmatic twin boys, and Rin, a mysterious horned girl. Each encounter offers unique interactions and plot lines, with screenshots showcasing the diverse characters and the game's visual presentation. Rin's appearances across the scenarios suggest a central role, her true nature remaining a key mystery. These scenarios form the core of the adventure. This page is dedicated to the upcoming Dreamcast release of Zero Gunner 2, offering a preview and strategy guide just before the game's launch. It highlights essential techniques for conquering the unique, all-directional scrolling shooter. The guide emphasizes understanding the characteristics of the three available ships, Apache, Comanche, and Hokum, each with different speeds, attack power, and range. Choosing a ship that suits your playstyle is crucial, with the Hokum recommended for beginners. A key focus is the innovative turn marker system. The page explains how to use the turn marker button to change your ship's fixed direction, allowing for continuous attack on enemies. It provides advice on rotating incrementally for moving targets and fixing your direction for stationary ones. Additionally, the page features the third installment of a public relations girl series, this time interviewing the game's programmers. They discuss the development process and specifically praise the replay mode added to the Dreamcast version, noting its utility for analyzing enemy patterns and improving player performance. The game offers 7 difficulty levels and a second loop for hardcore shooting fans. This page delves into strategy tips for conquering the random stages in Zero Gunner 2. It provides concise advice on how to handle specific enemy encounters and boss battles in 4 distinct environments: the Flooded City, the Naval Base, the Mountain Train, and the Cloud Sea. For the Flooded City, the guide recommends focusing fire near the boss and using the Hokum's options effectively. The boss battle involves destroying gun turrets. The first phase requires fixed aiming, while the second phase demands precise evasion. The naval base strategy details dealing with enemies appearing from the sides and systematically destroying fixed gun emplacements. The boss fight involves taking out turrets in a specific order to simplify the encounter. In the mountain train stage, the key is attacking the armored trains before they begin their assault. The boss fight involves destroying train segments and managing its laser attack. Finally, the Cloud Sea section advises on tracking dispersed enemies and prioritizing large transport planes, noting that the Hokum strategy differs from other ships. The boss requires attacking its core while navigating intense bullet patterns. Screenshots illustrate key moments, enemy formations, and boss phases, offering visual cues for the recommended tactics. This page is essential reading for any player looking to master Zero Gunner 2's challenging stages. This page showcases the Neon Genesis Evangelion Typing Project Supplement, a typing tutor game for the Dreamcast featuring characters from the iconic anime, including Misato Katsuragi. It's designed to make typing practice fun with familiar faces. Key features include the addition of Kana input practice, which wasn't in the previous game, the original typing project. The supplement also boasts hidden content, such as the Forbidden Lesson 7, which, upon completion, unlocks special character snapshots from the series. Another exciting secret is the Ray and Dance stage, accessible only if you possess save data from the original typing project and play it while using that data. The game also incorporates an internet ranking system, allowing players to compete globally. It's presented as a substantial typing software title, even touching upon the real-world word processor certification test and suggesting the game is good preparation for it. This release builds upon the foundation of the first game, offering more content and challenging lessons for those looking to improve their typing skills in a unique, Evangelion-themed environment. This page introduces the game Candy Stripe Apprentice Angel, a romance-adventure game from Sega/WoW Entertainment for the Dreamcast. The core premise revolves around playing as a new resident doctor, balancing the pursuit of skill in the medical field with finding love among the charming nurses. The page details the game's daily flow, presented in 4 steps. It begins with checking your work schedule and the schedules of the heroines from your dorm room. Next, you navigate a map featuring different locations, like the affiliated nursing school, Angel's Hospital, and the Amaranth Dormitory. Moving to specific points of interest allows you to improve your medical skills, while seeking out characters in their locations triggers events, primarily conversations. These interactions are key, as your choices influence character affection levels and can lead to branching story paths. A dedicated screen keeps track of these relationship parameters. Finally, the day concludes back in your dorm room, where you can save your progress before sleeping, returning to the start of the loop. The game is described as a romance adventure, scheduled for an October 25th release, priced at 6,800 yen for the standard edition. This page is dedicated to providing information on the highly anticipated sequel, Sega Bass Fishing 2, known as Get Bass 2 in Japan, which is described as the pinnacle of bass fishing games with incredibly realistic fish movements. The game is nearing 100% completion and is set for an imminent release. The main focus of the page is introducing key fishing points across 3 of the lakes featured in the game. The article emphasizes that understanding these points is crucial for efficient fishing without wasting time. Initially, only Lake Eagle is available, but winning tournaments unlocks access to others like Lake Gator and Lake Rattler. Each lake has multiple distinct areas, like the Jackson Canal or Rosalie Docks in Lake Gator, or the Beaver Docks and Anderson Bridge in Lake Eagle, and Golden Fall or Hump Point in Lake Rattler. Screenshots accompany the descriptions of these locations, highlighting features like shallow areas, docks, bridges, weed beds, and rocky structures. The page also includes a section on choosing the right lures for different locations and conditions, highlighting its importance in attracting fish. It introduces 4 standard lure types: the topwater pencil bait and swisher, effective for fish near the surface, and the soft plastic straightworm and grub, versatile options for targeting different depths and mimicking various prey. This page announces 2 strategy guides from SoftBank Publishing. The first guide covers Sonic Adventure 2, featuring vibrant artwork of Sonic and Shadow. The official Hero/Dark Manual provides comprehensive information on all 30 stages, hidden item locations, ranker requirements, animal locations, emblem acquisition, and KO garden tips. This guide is currently available. The page also highlights 2 guides for Derbitsuku 2, a horse racing simulation. The perfect guide offers a beginner-friendly approach with horse data, system explanations, and race guides. The Strategy X Fanbook, described as the ultimate guide, covers horse racing, breeding examples, and developer insights. The perfect guide is available now, while the Strategy X Fanbook is slated for a mid-September release. This page is the second installment of the strategy guide for the Dreamcast game Comic Party. It's an adventure and simulation title released by Aquaplus, putting players in the shoes of a character navigating the world of doujinshi creation and events like Comic-It. The guide offers tips and highlights specific events within the game. One intriguing point discussed is the reveal of a character's secret identity. They are actually a popular idol voice actress, a revelation hinted at in the game's opening and audio tracks. The page also delves into the simulation aspect, offering advice on the challenges and costs involved in creating full-color covers for your in-game comics, noting that while visually appealing, it comes at a significant expense. Crucially, the guide emphasizes that the fun doesn't stop after the initial summer Comic-It event. Players are advised that maintaining high affection and doujin levels with key characters like Riki, Ami, and Subaru is essential to trigger later events. Specific character events are highlighted, including a troublesome encounter for Riki at a September event and the resulting distance, an opportunity to treat Ami to a parfait at a coffee shop, and a bizarre situation involving Ami at her house after the summer, complete with a mysterious creature named Yokchin. This page serves as a valuable roadmap for players looking to deepen their relationships and uncover all the game's story beats. This page of the Comic Party Strategy Guide focuses on specific character events that occur after the summer Comic-It, primarily in September. It details key opportunities to deepen relationships and advance character storylines. The guide breaks down events by character, including Minami, Yu, Sai, Chisa, Raiko, and Subaru. For each, it lists the date or date range, the location, any necessary conditions to trigger the event, and a brief description along with a screenshot. Highlights include Minami discussing future dreams, Yu having events tied to the player's doujin level, Sai dealing with an invitation and getting sore feet at an event, Chisa having a beach event and helping with manuscripts, Raiko hosting a pajama party and appearing at her booth, and Subaru having events related to possibilities, and a love comedy training scenario. These events are crucial for players aiming to see each character's full story arc, and are a mix of relationship building and specific narrative moments within the game's simulation of doujinshi creation and convention life. The conditions often involve visiting specific locations, achieving certain affection levels, or participating in other related events. Asahi Sakurai is a shy but active idol voice actress in Comic Party, targeted for capture in the game. Her profile details her birth date, measurements, likes, and dislikes. The guide to winning her over focuses on timing and assertiveness, especially within the anime genre and at Comic-It events. Key events include the initial meeting at Comic-It, discovering her voice acting role. A cell phone panic event, finding her sleeping at a part-time job location, witnessing her stage debut, requiring specific actions, and a date arrangement at a manga cafe, where the right dialogue choices are important. Successfully navigating these events, which are illustrated with screenshots, requires paying attention to dates, locations, and dialogue to build a relationship with Asahi. This page features a staff roundtable discussion celebrating the Dreamcast release of Comic Party. Key members of the development team from Aquaplus, including character designers, scenario writers, and the director, share insights into the game's creation process. They reveal that the game was initially conceived with more complex or difficult content, before shifting towards the widely enjoyed themes centered around the independent creation and sales event scene. The discussion covers decisions like the number of in-game events, which was set at 12, and briefly touches upon characters or ideas that were considered but ultimately not included in the final game. The staff reflect on the challenges and unique aspects of bringing the world of doujinshi to life in Comic Party. This page continues the staff discussion on the Dreamcast version of Comic Party. The conversation delves into the creation process, including early character concepts like Taishi and other characters considered but not included. They discuss the challenges and adjustments made when porting the game from PC to console, aiming to make it suitable for a wider audience while retaining its core appeal. The developers mention balancing story, character interactions, and gameplay elements. A notable point is the discussion around the sheer amount of artwork required, with a developer quipping that drawing a little over 10 pictures per person would be sufficient, highlighting the massive art asset load. The page also features a section detailing the O-Make mode, or extra mode, which unlocks bonus content like CG galleries and lists of guest artists who contributed to the game's various doujinshi works. Screenshots show these modes, including the CG achievement mode and guest artist lists, with completion percentages, indicating features designed to encourage players to replay the game and unlock everything. The team also touches on the importance of the comic market event itself as the central theme, reflecting on how they aim to capture its unique atmosphere. This page continues the insightful discussion with the developers about the Dreamcast version of Comic Party, focusing heavily on the introduction of the new heroine, Subaru. The team explains the rationale behind adding a new character, aiming for someone distinct from the existing cast who could hold her own against the established heroines. They reveal that Subaru's concept and design went through various iterations, ultimately settling on a character with a martial arts background, specifically Aikido. The developers discuss the design process, noting challenges in integrating her into the existing art style and story. There's mention of her character having a pink house style influence, referring to a specific fashion brand known for its elaborate, ruffled clothing, contrasting with her Aikido gi. The conversation touches on how her martial arts aspect evolved, not strictly being judo or wrestling, but something more suited to a smaller character like self-defense or Aikido. The team also hints at her story having significant interaction with other heroines. The page features a vibrant illustration of Subaru in her Aikido uniform, and smaller screenshots highlighting specific character points or events related to her. This page provides a strategy guide for the Dreamcast visual novel, The Virgin on Megiddo, covering the game's middle section up to Chapter 6, including crucial date events. This installment specifically focuses on Chapter 4, titled Town of Escape. The guide details a sequence of events where the player must investigate the mysterious disappearance of Takaka following a motorcycle accident, and navigates through questioning people at the school, gathering information from Taki, and working to uncover the identity of a shadowy figure known only as the Man in Black. The section highlights key plot points, including events where another character, Shioji, might be in danger. Crucially, the guide presents the choices the player faces during these events, and clearly indicates how each decision affects Shioji's affection points, which are vital for determining character routes later in the game. The accompanying screenshots show various scenes from this part of the story. Chapter 5 of The Virgin on Megiddo's strategy guide, Cocoon, follows the protagonist's escape from a cargo truck and immediate encounter with Men in Black. A mysterious figure, Myokin, intervenes, leaving the protagonist feeling helpless. The guide then delves into Tatsuka's reported death and the protagonist's knowledge of the truth. Ability. Kyoko investigates her mother, Drive Osanai, drawing the protagonist into her inquiries. Key events include uncovering a connection between ionospheric disturbances and earthquakes, exploring Kyoko's house and Dr. Osanai's room, and attempting to access the lab's website.
On June 9th, the protagonist and Kyoko visit the high-energy lab, but are ultimately rejected. The guide emphasizes the importance of player choices, detailing interactions with various characters and their impact on affection points, crucial for unlocking future story branches and driving forward the narrative involving Kyoko and her mother's research. This page delves further into the tense escape from the high-end Panergy lab in the Virgin on Megiddo. Continuing the narrative from the previous chapter, it details key puzzles and character interactions, crucial for progress and unlocking content. After navigating the lab's security, which includes bypassing a fingerprint scanner, potentially using cold medicine, and maneuvering through infrared lasers visible with a digital camera, players will face critical choices. One significant point occurs after escaping to the men's dormitory where Kyoko is distressed. Choosing to hold her close earns affection points and unlocks a special CG image, a vital element for fans of character development in visual novels. Further into the escape, players discover a memo from Dr. Osanai containing cryptic references like brimstone and fire and lot, which serves as a password to disable the system, tying into the game's deeper thematic and biblical connections. The guide outlines various affection point opportunities related to choices made during confrontations with security and Dr. Osanai, emphasizing the impact of these decisions on Kyoko's relationship with the protagonist. The chapter culminates with Reimi's unexpected assistance and the aftermath involving the Izanamichi police. This section is invaluable for players aiming to fully explore the game's story paths and unlock all character events. This page focuses on the romantic side of the Virgin on Megiddo, specifically detailing the date events available with the heroines in Chapter 6. Following the intense events of the previous chapters, Chapter 6 acts as an interlude, where the story branches significantly, based on the affection levels you've built with each character. The guide explains that if a heroine's affection is high enough, she might proactively ask the protagonist out. If their mood is good, you can also initiate a date, but invitations might be turned down if their affection isn't high. It's even possible, depending on your choices throughout the game, to receive date invitations from all heroines except Moribayashi. The page breaks down date scenarios for several heroines. Akimura Kinomi. Her date involves choices that can lead to different events at the planetarium or pool, with specific options highlighted for triggering CGS Kitagawa Manes. Her event involves a library visit and a trip to her home, focusing on her unexpected literary side. Mikano Kyoko. Her date can be at the pool or the arcade, with key choices leading to specific scenes. And CGS Moribayashi Shino. Her date is noted as having the strictest conditions, often requiring affection levels with other heroines to be kept low. These date events are vital for deepening relationships and unlocking special scenes, adding significant replay value for players aiming to see all character endings and content. This page is a guide to Derby Stallion 2 on the Dreamcast, focusing on the crucial aspect of breeding to produce champion racehorses. It highlights that effective breeding methods are essential for maximizing a foal's potential, noting that while results can be random, successful pairings yield incredible results. The game introduces changes from the previous installment, such as the removal of stubborn breeding and the addition of various new crossbreeding methods. The process for determining a foal's ability is shown as a combination of the parent's abilities plus a bonus from the chosen breeding method. Two specific methods are detailed: outbreeding, which involves pairing unrelated horses to improve temperament and physique, and stallion cross, a common method using related sires to gain specific ability boosts. A list of stallions and their associated effects, like increases in speed, stamina, or temperament, is provided to illustrate these benefits. The guide also touches on gender differences in foals, suggesting male foals tend to have higher potential ceilings, and warns that some breeding methods can unfortunately result in negative ability adjustments. Mastering these breeding techniques is presented as the key to success in the game. This guide expands on Derby Stallion 2's breeding mechanics. Mare crosses offer stamina boosts, but are less versatile than stallion crosses, 4 stars. Special crosses leverage descendant lineages, like Northern Dancer, for powerful effects, 4 stars. Mix breeding, focusing on sire/mare bloodline compatibility, provides significant benefits when well matched, 5 stars. Direct breeding aims for speed and turf aptitude, based on parental distance aptitudes and lineage requirements, 4 stars. Repeated breeding involves pairing similar horses for varied effects, including some that don't impact core stats, 3 stars. The page also details ability boosts, and includes results from a post-release tournament, showcasing the winner, Blue Venos, and mentioning staff participation.
This page delves into the online world of Guru Guru Onsen 2, highlighting its unique communication features and the quest for character customization parts. The game launched with a bang and encourages daily visits, rewarding players with new parts and the chance to make friends. It's not just about minigames. The interaction with others is a core part of the fun, setting it apart from typical online games. To stand out in the online community, the guide suggests creating unique character names, since duplicates aren't allowed. It even provides tips on using gist codes and half-width input for more creative naming options. The main hook discussed here is the extensive character customization unlocked by playing and connecting. The page features a large table detailing dozens of parts, everything from hairstyles and facial features to accessories, and the specific conditions required to obtain them. These conditions are tied to online activity, such as cumulative connection days or hours, playing certain mini-games like Mahjong, Uno, or poker a specific number of times, or achieving particular goals within those games. Some rare parts require significant dedication, like connecting over 300 times. The guide emphasizes that collecting all the parts requires engaging with all aspects of the game, not just focusing on one or two mini-games. Screenshots show the character customization screen, players interacting online, and the menu for checking unlocked parts and records. The page encourages players to explore different games and modes strategically to complete their part collection. This page serves as a guide to mastering the chat system within Guru Guru Onsen 2. It explains that while the system is feature-rich and might take some getting used to, becoming proficient is rewarding. The guide highlights ways to save on character count by using picture characters and emphasizes the importance of daily practice to become familiar with the tools. It delves into leveraging convenient features, such as the ability to change speech bubble shapes and express emotions through character actions, noting that character actions can be triggered automatically or set via picture characters. Function keys can be registered with frequently used messages, making communication faster. The page also covers high-speed shortcuts, explaining that holding the Alt key while pressing others can quickly change text color or bubble shape, while holding Control allows access to a whopping 30 different character actions. A visual guide demonstrates various actions linked to number and letter keys on the keyboard, from basic poses like smiling or crying, to more expressive ones like applauding or asking a question. Screenshots showcase various online environments where players can chat and interact, including a bustling bathhouse, a quiz show setting, a nighttime restaurant, an ocean scene, a grassland area, and even a train carriage. These diverse locations offer different atmospheres for players to socialize and communicate. The overall message is that mastering these chat techniques enhances the online experience significantly. This page features a special deep dive into the beloved KO system in Sonic Adventure 2. It highlights the incredibly rare and sought-after chaos, KO, which resembles perfect chaos from the previous game. As an expert, I can tell you this special KO is notoriously difficult to breed, requiring multiple generations of KO rebirths, high affection, and a wide variety of animals. It's a true mark of dedication for any KO garden enthusiast. Beyond the elusive chaos KO, the page also touches upon other unique KO types you can raise, focusing on how to breed KO that resemble Sonic and Shadow themselves. Getting these requires specific interactions with the respective characters and feeding them particular chaos drives and animals. Furthermore, there's exciting news about rare chaos being distributed online via the game's website. Players who collect enough emblems can download special KO, like the pure black KO, the sleek silver KO, requiring 5 emblems, and the impressive gold KO, requiring 10 emblems. It's a great incentive for players to explore all aspects of the game.
This guide gives you the essential tips to cultivate your perfect KO companions.
This page dives deep into the exciting world of KO racing in Sonic Adventure 2. Building on the previous focus on raising your perfect KO, this guide explains how to enter races and earn valuable rewards. Winning races is crucial, as it unlocks new courses, grants you useful items for your KO garden, and earns you precious emblems needed to unlock more content in the main game. The page details the different tiers of races available. It starts with the initial test of strength races, which focus on individual stats like swimming, flying, running, and power. Mastering these unlocks the more challenging jewel races, featuring additional courses and rewarding various gem-themed medals. The difficulty ramps up significantly here, with races going up to level 5 and beyond. An interesting note is the Onyx course, which tests intelligence and luck, and requires connection to the KO Adventure 2 minigame on the VMU. Next up are the challenge races, where your KO competes against unique rivals, and the hero/dark races, specifically pitting your KO against opponents based on its alignment. Winning these races yields more garden items and special medals like the hero and dark medals. The higher levels in these races offer coveted rewards like the gold medal and valuable garden items. It's clear that dedicated racing is essential for maximizing your chaos potential and collecting everything the game offers. This page dives into Phantasy Star Online, Ver 2, focusing on the intense challenges of Challenge Mode Stage 9. The article highlights the difficulty after clearing Stage 8, noting that Stage 9 is set in the treacherous Ruins 3. While the enemies are tough, the absence of the dreaded Del Saber offers a slight relief. However, the stage is fraught with complex darkness traps and frequent battles in the dark, making unexpected attacks from foes like Darkbell Cross punches or surprising appearances of Chaos Bringers a constant threat, as illustrated by the gameplay screenshots. Players are advised to prioritize recovery in the darkness.
The page also provides strategic breakdowns for each class. Hunters are tasked with leading the charge on the front lines and exploiting enemy weak points, such as Darkbell Jura's back and Chaos Bringer's left side. Rangers provide support fire, with advice on using hit materials for railguns, and cautioning against machine guns due to the stage's high damage output. Forces are primarily responsible for healing and buffing, with the recommended strategy of waiting outside dangerous rooms and supporting teammates with Resta and Shifta. Additionally, the page features the Gallery Pioneer section, showcasing fan art from players across Japan, featuring various character illustrations submitted by artists like Haru, Red, and Yuki A. And Challenge Mode Stage 9 against Dark Faults in Phantasy Star Online. Ver 2 is detailed, emphasizing the boss's increased difficulty. Preparation involves giving scape dolls to the Force character. In the first form, the Force supports with Zalur, Jelen, Resta, Shifta, and Deband, while Hunters and Rangers attack. The second form shifts strategy, with the Force intentionally drawing aggro to allow melee attackers to evade Dark Faults' attacks. Specifically, Lavarda/Rappy Volley. The Force's role is crucial, prioritizing healing and buffing while cautiously staying safe. The author reflects on their successful clear, but received a poor reward due to slow clear time, suggesting speed is key for better rewards. Their next challenge will be Time Attack. This page details a special online battle event for the flight simulation game Aero Dancing. Titled The Ultimate Multi-Platform Event, it commemorates the release of Aero Dancing and features a unique team battle concept. Captain Todoroki versus Tsubasa Todoroki, the biggest parent-child fight in history. Players can join either team and battle online using the Dreamcast or PC versions of Aero Dancing including the version subtitled, "Can't Wait Until the Next Game." Participation is possible from home or at designated NECA internet cafes. A key rule involves adding a specific full-width hiragana character, or, and an underscore to your handle name to signify your team. The event determines winners based on a hit score calculated by the team's total shootdowns minus opponent shootdowns. Prizes are awarded, notably a Hasegawa-made Harrier model kit for top participants and attendees. The page also highlights the participation of 2 staff members from Dorimaga Magazine, showing their photos and in-game handles, ready to join the fray. It emphasizes the importance of correctly entering your handle name to ensure participation. This page kicks off with a lively illustration depicting the new generation console war in full swing, showing characters representing different platforms clashing. Below this, Dorimaga presents a special project, looking at popular titles on other consoles. The text mentions the battle is heating up, and advises checking out the notable games on competing machines. The page highlights several upcoming releases. On PlayStation 2, we see Ace Combat 04. Shattered Skies, discussing the meaning of its title and how its world is created. Time Crisis 2 is also featured, focusing on the successful Arcade Tops 2 port and the new GunCon 2. Guilty Gear X Plus is shown for PS2, arriving after strong reception on arcade and Dreamcast, detailing new elements. The page also covers Game Boy Advance titles, including the localized Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, The Feeling of Sheep, and Breath of Fire 2, providing updates on these portable games. This special report gives Dreamcast players a peek at the exciting software landscape across the gaming market. This page dives deep into Ace Combat 04, Shattered Skies for the PlayStation 2,
which was introduced on the previous page as a notable title on other consoles. The article focuses on the game's remarkable realism, asking how far the Ultimate Fighter graphics have come. It explains how the development team, including staff from other Namco titles, aim to create a strange reality, a world that feels real yet unseen. They detail the meticulous effort put into recreating everything from cockpit details and weapon bays to landing gear, often based on self-defense force, research/interviews, making the game's world incredibly authentic. There's a section specifically highlighting the realistic portrayal of openable weapon bays, mentioning how modern aircraft like the F-22 store missiles internally and Ace Combat 04 faithfully recreates the mechanism of the bay's opening and closing. A significant point is the collaboration with Studio 4 Degrees Cleef for the movie sequences, adding another layer of polish and storytelling. The article also touches upon the meaning of the title Shattered Skies and features comments from Hiroyuki Ichiyanagi, the project director, who discusses the evolution of the series on the new PS2 hardware and the team's passion for fighter jets. The discussion also mentions the use and benefits of the HDD unit for faster loading and improved access speed. This page continues its detailed look at Ace Combat 04, Shattered Skies on the PlayStation 2, exploring the game's impressive realism and how the battlefield of the sky has evolved. The article highlights the pursuit of a strange reality, creating a world that feels real but previously unseen, achieved through meticulous detail, from craters to highly detailed cloud rendering. It discusses the clever use of contrast in presentation, using light and shadow, or juxtapositions like war and daily life, to deepen the game's world. The role of the movie sequences, created in collaboration with Studio 4 Degrees Esque, is emphasized as a crucial element for showing the worldview, often telling side stories from a perspective off the immediate battlefield. The page also touches upon the dynamic effects like missile launches with fire, smoke, and realistic light reflections, and the highly detailed terrain and backgrounds. It covers the excitement of the two-player versus mode, focusing on strategic gameplay and the thrill of dogfights, noting the accurate sound design based on real aircraft. Art director Kazutoshi Kuno shares insights into the title Shattered Skies, explaining its conceptual significance and how the game is designed to allow players the freedom to fly the open sky, distinguishing it from a strict simulator. This page dives into Time Crisis 2 on the PlayStation 2, highlighting its impressive transformation from the arcade original. The headline boldly states that the PS2 port is hot, featuring significantly upgraded graphics compared to the 1998 Arcade System 23 version. The article explains that the graphics have been completely redrawn, with not a single pixel remaining the same. Characters and backgrounds are revitalized, taking full advantage of the PS2's power with improved transparency and lighting. The demo screens are described as beautiful, and the appeal of characters like Christie is noted as being enhanced. An interview with producer Naoto Kumagai discusses the concept of an upper port, explaining that this isn't just a simple conversion, but an upgrade tailored for the PS2's capabilities. While the core game remains, elements like graphics and enemy placement are new, essentially making it feel like a remake. Beyond the main arcade game, the home version includes original modes. These feature minigames like Quick and Crash and Shutaway 2, plus a dedicated shooting range for training. There's also a Crisis Mission collection, offering unique missions with altered camera angles and backgrounds, adding substantial replay value. The game supports the GunCon 2 light gun, memory card, and DualShock 2 controller. Naoto Kumagai, the producer, is featured with a profile. This page continues the coverage of Time Crisis 2 on the PlayStation 2, detailing more of its features and improvements over the arcade version. The article emphasizes the exhilarating shooting gameplay, noting that the development team didn't just port the game but enhanced it for maximum fun. It highlights the strategic hide system, a core mechanic that requires smart timing, and mentions the inclusion of helpful original modes like a shooting training range. Significant attention is given to the two-player co-op experience. The game offers flexible options, allowing players to team up on a single console using split screen, or link two PlayStation 2 consoles with an IEEE 1394 cable for full-screen co-op, replicating the arcade feel. The developers mention overcoming technical challenges to achieve these modes, ensuring the gameplay remains solid despite the different display methods. An interview segment delves into the evolution of the port, discussing the development process and how the home version builds upon the arcade foundation. Crucially, the page highlights the importance of the GunCon 2 light gun peripheral, stating it doubles the fun and is the recommended way to experience the game. A bundle pack including the game and GunCon 2 is presented as a convenient and worthwhile purchase for maximum enjoyment.
This page focuses on the upcoming PlayStation 2 release of Guilty Gear X Plus, an enhanced version of the popular fighting game. The article highlights that this port goes beyond a simple conversion, offering richer content than the original Dreamcast version. Major news is the addition of 2 previously unavailable characters to the roster. The first revealed is Cliff Undershan, the former head of the Holy Knights, who returns from the original Guilty Gear. Despite his age, screenshots show him actively participating in fierce battles, hinting at his continued prowess. The other significant addition is Justice, the final boss from the first game, who is also making her playable debut here. The page features screenshots showcasing both Cliff and Justice in action against other series veterans like Faust and May. The content mentions an original story mode included in Guilty Gear X Plus, and it will be exciting to see how these returning characters, Cliff and Justice, are integrated into the narrative. The PS2 version is set to release in November, promising an even more intense experience with these powerful new fighters. The game is a 2D fighting title developed by Arc System Works and published by Sammy. This page delves further into Guilty Gear X Plus, confirming that it weaves a new story and offers expanded content. It highlights the gallery mode, where players can unlock CG artwork by completing various challenges, such as defeating opponents within a time limit or executing specific combos. Adding to the roster discussed previously, the page confirms that Justice, the formidable boss from the original game, is indeed playable and possesses devastating power. Screenshots showcase her in action, demonstrating her unique abilities. The page also recaps the second Guilty Gear X Championship Tournament, reporting on a 3v3 team battle where an editor team emerged victorious, earning copies of GGX+. Furthermore, it reveals a linkage feature with the WonderSwan color title, Guilty Gear Petit 2. By using a password system, players can unlock hidden elements in GGX+, making it worthwhile to play Petit 2 beforehand. The screenshots across the page feature intense battles with characters like Justice, Soul, KY, Faust, and May, illustrating the game's dynamic fighting system. Capcom showcased 3 Game Boy Advance titles. Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, a courtroom battle game, tasks players as defense attorney Phoenix Wright with investigating crime scenes, gathering evidence, and cross-examining witnesses to clear innocent clients. A specific case involving the murder of a TV hero is highlighted. Breath of Fire 2 for GBA is a sequel to the RPG, following Ryu's journey to find his sister and his encounter with a dragon, promising a changeable RPG experience. Finally, Hitsuji no Kimochi, Sheep's Feeling, is an action game where the player, as a sheepdog, guides runaway sheep through obstacle-filled levels within a time limit. It emphasizes simple controls and hidden actions. This page serves as a late summer guide for gamers, encouraging them to finish up their remaining titles before the season ends. It prominently features guides for major games, including a comprehensive walkthrough for Final Fantasy X covering items, customization, and story secrets. It also delves into missions 10 and 11 of Zeonic Front, Mobile Suit Gundam 0079, and reveals how to unlock the simulator, while providing details on secret points, missions, and stylish combat in Devil May Cry. The page also highlights games currently available, listing titles such as Ace Combat 04, Shattered Skies, Parappa the Rapper 2, the arcade version of Tekken 4, and Dynasty Warriors 3. A unique item featured is the Real Renaissance high-quality paper model series, showcasing detailed models of Virtual On Mechs, Temjin, and Fei Yen. Lastly, SoftBank Publishing lists their strategy guide lineup, covering a range of games from SD Gundam Generation and Sakura Wars 3 to international hits like Sonic Adventure 2, Monster Rancher, Myst 2 I Exile, and Crazy Taxi 2. Available for various platforms including PlayStation, Dreamcast, PlayStation 2, PAC, and WonderSwan Color. This page dives deep into an emergency renewal for Virtua Fighter 4, updating the game to version B in late August. It highlights shocking changes for all characters, including command adjustments and many new techniques. There's an interview with VF4 team leader Daiichi Kataoka, who discusses the update, mentioning that player feedback heavily influenced the changes. A major focus is the massive increase in items available, stating that version B boasts roughly 8 times more items per character. The page also explains how players can acquire these items, primarily through using the VF4 character access card and battling other card users. When an item is obtained, something is displayed on the screen. Furthermore, the article details that using a card in version B automatically updates it to the new format,
making it incompatible with the previous version of the game. This ensures all data is consolidated on the latest build. Visuals include gameplay screenshots showing characters with some of the new items, demonstrating the customization possibilities that have been greatly expanded in this update.
This page continues the deep dive into the Emergency Version B update for Virtua Fighter 4, featuring more insights from team leader Kataoka. The main focus here is on the game's balance and character changes. Kataoka explains that rather than just tweaking character strengths and weaknesses, the update aimed to make all characters stronger overall, introducing many new techniques. He touches on the data transfer process, confirming that using your existing access card with the new version B cabinet automatically updates your data, but warns that this then makes the card incompatible with older versions of the game. The discussion covers the item system, with hints about the conditions for items appearing and how player strength is evolving in the community. The page also dedicates a section specifically to the game balance changes in version B, detailing that extensive adjustments were made based on player feedback from large-scale location tests. This includes revising moves that were either too dominant or not useful enough, and confirming the introduction of new techniques for several characters. The article encourages players to check the strategy guide within the magazine for specific details on character changes. Visuals include numerous screenshots showing various characters in action, highlighting the dynamic gameplay and some of the updated moves or looks. This page continues the in-depth look at Virtua Fighter 4's systems, specifically focusing on wake-up actions and wall hits. It thoroughly explains the various wake-up options available after being knocked down, including standing up quickly, rolling sideways to avoid edge-of-ring pressure or evade, and rolling backward to create space. The guide details the commands for each type, and notes how the properties and commands have evolved since earlier entries in the series. A specific section is dedicated to the crouching wake-up, a technique allowing players to immediately transition into a crouching state upon standing for strategic advantages. The page then transitions to the wall hit system, outlining the mechanics and different outcomes. It distinguishes between ground and aerial wall hits, and shows how the type of attack causing the wall hit influences the opponent's reaction and stun duration. The guide explains the states players are left in after being slammed into a wall, particularly after aerial combos, highlighting that unlike normal knockdowns, recovery rolls are not possible, making follow-up attacks, especially ground attacks, guaranteed. It encourages players to learn these specific wall hit situations to improve their game. The page is filled with screenshots demonstrating these wake-up and wall hit scenarios with various characters. This page provides an in-depth look at the throw and throw escape mechanics in Virtua Fighter 4, crucial for overcoming an opponent's guard. It categorizes the different types of throws, including normal throws, crouching throws, catch throws which can grab opponents attempting attacks, strike throws that initiate after landing a hit, and throw combos. The guide then moves into how to defend against throws, primarily through the throw escape system. It explains that by inputting the correct command for the specific throw the opponent is attempting, just as they initiate it, you can successfully escape. While this works for most standard and combo throws, the page highlights specific countermeasures for crouching throws and catch throws, suggesting actions like crouching or using particular moves to break them. Finally, the page delves into advanced throw escape techniques. It points out that many moments in VF4 leave characters vulnerable to throws, and teaches players how to use throw escapes effectively during these times, such as performing a guard throw escape or utilizing preemptive inputs. The guide emphasizes the importance of practicing these techniques to significantly improve your defensive capabilities against throws and increase your win rate. Screenshots throughout the page illustrate these various throw types and escape scenarios. This page dives deep into the significant changes introduced in Virtua Fighter 4's Vir.B update. It highlights additions and alterations to items, characters, and crucial system mechanics like wake-up actions, catch throws, and aerial combos, emphasizing that mastering these changes is key to success in Vir.B matches. The first major point discussed is the improvement to wake-up actions and attacks. Backward wake-up, which was easily punished in Vir.Parry, is now much safer in Vir.Parry, significantly reducing the risk. Wake-up attacks also see a major update, with two timing variations, fastest and delayed, for normal wake-up attacks. Furthermore, delayed side wake-up attacks have been added, making them harder for opponents to anticipate and guard against, compared to Vir. Next, the guide examines catch throws, suggesting they have been potentially weakened in Vir.B. While previously very powerful, strikes now feel more effective
at disrupting or beating them. This means players must be more strategic and ensure they are in a favorable position before attempting a catch throw. Finally, the page covers aerial combos, noting a substantial increase in their effectiveness. It's now easier to float opponents, and simpler attacks like punches can initiate or extend combos more reliably. Specific examples like Wolf's short shoulder throw are mentioned, which now floats higher, allowing for more damaging follow-ups and even enabling combos from normal hits against lighter characters. The advice is to experiment and discover the most damaging air combos. The page also includes a list detailing various characters' catch-throw commands.
Virtua Fighter 4 Ver. Justed Li-Fi, balancing his high attack power with improvements to individual techniques. The crouch knee kick now crushes jab attacks, a strong counter. Key updates include simplified inputs for moves like Heaven's Palm, and the addition of guard break properties to sweep stance, P plus K and P plus K plus G. Sweep stance, H plus K's hit delay was also reduced, allowing for follow-ups. Forward plus K plus G now transitions to retreating stance, creating new offensive options. The guide highlights combos like down plus P plus G throw, with forward plus K being a consistent follow-up. Strategic advice focuses on using guard break and integrating sweep and retreating stance. Retreating stance step counters mid/high attacks, retreating stance step counters low attacks, and a counter hit with retreating stance step is highly advantageous. Low hit combos from retreating stance down plus KPP are recommended against frequent guarding opponents. This page focuses on Vanessa Lewis in Virtua Fighter 4 Ver.B, detailing the significant enhancements to her Muay Thai style and overall changes that make her more powerful. The guide highlights that Vanessa's techniques have been greatly improved, becoming easier to use and more technical. Handhold throws and general attack motions are now faster, making matches quicker paced. A list of new and changed moves is presented, indicating techniques added or modified in Ver.B. Specific highlights include the added Stomping Knee Bomber 2 and Slicer Hurricane, which are useful for controlling the opponent's initiative or countering specific actions. Several changed techniques, like Heavy Hook Tornado and Feint Body in her defensive style, now have enhanced effects on counter hit, causing crumples or unrecoverable staggers. The strategic advice emphasizes adapting to the new Muay Thai tactics, focusing on body attacks and using the enhanced moves to control the opponent. The faster motions and defensive style attacks also provide new opportunities for offense and counterplay. Overall, Vanessa's potential has been significantly unlocked in Ver.B. The page also includes a brief glimpse of the Are You Continue screen, featuring Vanessa. This page focuses on Akira Yuki in Virtua Fighter 4 Ver.B, detailing his emergency full renewal and fastest breakdown of changes. Akira is highlighted as having the most changes in Ver.B, appearing as Akira, Reborn Akira, with modifications reminiscent of VF2 and VF3. The page emphasizes that a great number of techniques have been added, and existing moves have significant changes to their hit effects and properties. Particular attention is drawn to moves like Haogeki and Gaemon Chuchu, which now cause unrecoverable staggers or bounces on counter hit, enabling powerful combos. The page mentions the removal of throw escapes for Hugeki Unsu Sutushu, and the ability to perform Sutenhao from the start, signifying an overall strengthening of his kit. Strategic advice includes leveraging these new counter-hit properties for combos and adapting to the comprehensive enhancements. The section on counters and bounce combos highlights specific follow-ups like Tachibyako and Koboku, depending on the hit situation, stressing the need for quick judgment and practice. Images demonstrate new moves, like the aforementioned sequence, and the Are You Continue screen featuring Akira is also shown. Virtua Fighter 4 Ver. Mob significantly alters Jackie Bryant's gameplay. His OP plus KPK combo's float height is reduced, eliminating reliable air combos. P plus K no longer causes a knockdown, and evasion attack hit effects are altered. However, he gains improvements. P plus KK and right pointing arrow. PPK crush crouching punches. His back suplex knuckle now guarantees a throw. New moves include switch spin kick, P plus K plus GK, step in body, right pointing arrow P plus K, and chopping left combo, right pointing arrow P plus KP. Switch spin kick is powerful, potentially leading to a guaranteed throw. The chopping left combo's second hit has mid properties, useful for countering.
Players must adapt to these changes, focusing on new offensive strategies and counterattacking opportunities. This page covers the changes and strategies for Sarah Bryant in Virtua Fighter 4 Ver.B. The main point is that her primary attack, right-pointing arrow PK, has been significantly weakened. However, her flamingo stance has received multiple buffs, making it the core of her gameplay in this version. Key improvements to her flamingo stance include enhanced evasion performance for flamingo up-pointing arrow or down-pointing arrow P plus K, and the ability for her flamingo stance throw, Flamingok plus G, to connect even if the opponent is guarding. Additionally, Flamingok down-pointing arrow Plup now crushes crouching punches. New moves are introduced. Gatling Kickbeat, Flamingo left-pointing arrow up-pointing arrow down-pointing arrow right-pointing arrow or down-pointing arrow left-pointing arrow up-pointing arrow right-pointing arrow P plus G. A high-damage throw from Flamingo and Heel Sword Slash, Flamingok plus G, a rotational knockdown move that is advantageous even if guarded. The strategy section emphasizes mastering the transitions into Flamingo stance and utilizing its improved options. Players are advised to pressure opponents with Flamingo moves, using the stance throw against guarding opponents and Flamingok to counter aggressive reactions. The overall focus shifts from raw power to technical play centered around Sarah's unique Flamingo style. While her straightforward strength is reduced, mastering the Flamingo stance unlocks significant potential. This page focuses on Lao Chan in Virtua Fighter 4 Ver.B, detailing the significant changes and additions to his techniques and strategy. The magazine highlights that a simple, aggressive playstyle is no longer effective, requiring players to adapt to Lao's refined moveset. While his core EP plus strip attack has been weakened, losing its favorable advantage and seeing its follow-up options diminished, many other techniques have been strengthened, particularly on counterhit. Moves like Tenshin Hijigeki, P plus K, now inflict a special crumple on counterhit, opening up powerful combo opportunities. P plus G has also been altered for Ver.B. Instead of a guaranteed knockdown, it now causes a wall splat, facilitating new wall combos. The strategic advice emphasizes predicting opponent reactions, especially after common situations like landing a P plus P hit or using left-pointing arrow P plus G, and utilizing Lao's specific evasive and counter moves to maintain pressure or punish accordingly. Mastery of these nuanced changes and adaptable strategies is presented as key to success with Lao Chan in Ver.B. This page shifts focus to Pai Chan in Virtua Fighter 4 Ver.B. Unlike Lemieux, her changes are presented as less significant, with the core gameplay remaining largely intact. The magazine highlights several key adjustments and additions. Her standard down-pointing arrow step connection attack string now requires a counter hit on the first strike to continue, demanding careful hit confirmation. Her fundamental right-pointing arrow step plus G throw has been updated to cause wall destruction, making ring-outs a more viable option. Additionally, a slight increase in float height for moves like F plus K, Kingay, facilitates easier air combos like PPP down-pointing arrow K. New techniques introduced include the Senpu Enka throw, down-pointing arrow down left-pointing arrow P plus G, or up-pointing arrow up right-pointing arrow P plus G, and an unnamed mid-attack, left-pointing arrow right-pointing arrow P plus K, useful for evasion and punishing long-reaching moves. A major strategic point emphasized is the effective use of the Shin technique, down-pointing arrow or up-pointing arrow P plus K. This move is highlighted as a potent countermeasure against opponents attempting to sidestep evasion, leading to knockdowns and opportunities for follow-up attacks. Screenshots depict these techniques in action, demonstrating the wall break throw, the Shin technique's effect on evading opponents, and the adjusted left-pointing arrow PP move. Overall, Pai's Ver.B strategy revolves around adapting to these minor adjustments while mastering the new anti-evasion tool. Virtua Fighter 4 Ver.B sees significant changes for Wolf Hawkfield. While altered hit effects and weaker throws present some downsides, the update enhances his offensive capabilities. The changes impact his standard down-pointing arrow ship, right-pointing arrow ship, and catch throws, but new moves like left-pointing arrow down, left-pointing arrow ship offer guard-breaking power. Increased float height drastically improves Wolf's air combos.
Specific techniques like KS and the vertical upper are redefined, with the latter now staggering on counter hit. The tomahawk kickstunner also gets a speed boost. Tactically, players need to adapt, managing spacing and mixing attacks and throws after a counter hit from the vertical upper. Exploiting the improved air game and mastering follow-ups after the pendulum lariat are key to mastering the character in Ver B.
This page details the Ver B changes for Jeffrey McWild in Virtua Fighter 4. Much like Wolf, some of Jeffrey's key tools saw adjustments, such as the powerful down-pointing arrow SUP counterthrow and the response after blocking left-pointing arrow KP becoming less advantageous. However, the update brings significant buffs too. The increased float height allows for more stable, high-damage combos. Several specific moves have been reworked. The rolling heel attack has a flashier motion and is effective at evading high attacks. Machine Gun Hellstab now links hits more reliably, with its final hit being a strong upper attack that causes a crumble on counter hit, opening up mix-up strategies. The catch blow to heavy knee strike sequence, previously difficult, is now much easier to use after guarding its startup and offers guaranteed follow-ups. The slet stance, P plus K plus G, is highlighted as a crucial element in Ver B. It now guarantees throws after normal or counter hits, and specific counters from this stance lead into powerful finishers like the tri-kick splash mountain. The derived moves from slet stance, particularly the catch blow heavy knee strike, have become strategically important options, offering mix-ups that force opponents to make careful decisions about guarding or evading. Overall, despite some nerfs, Jeffrey's offensive potential and tactical depth have increased significantly with these Ver.B updates. This page covers the Ver.ZB changes for Kagemaru in Virtua Fighter 4. The most significant change highlighted is the weakening of Cage's ground sweep, described as a predictable but impactful adjustment. Other tweaks include a slight performance reduction for the Jumanji Chu, and the inability to parry certain specific moves. The Fuikyaku move has been updated, now allowing for low attacks during its initial animation and affecting its guard-breaking capability. The article also details combos stemming from Koenraku, focusing on strategies for achieving ringouts, particularly from walls, and presents key air combo sequences optimized for different situations and opponent weights. A major emphasis for mastering Cabbage in Verseb is utilizing his back-turned state. The page explains how to enter this stance and demonstrates various attack options, including chase attacks, forcing opponents into recovery rolls, and setting up throws or P plus G attacks from behind. The page also features Cage's "Are You Continue" screen with his win. End quote. This page covers the Ver.B changes for Lion Rafal in Virtua Fighter 4, detailing significant adjustments to his moves and overall strategy, highlighted by his portrait and various in-game screenshots. The major talking point is the change in knockdown properties for several key techniques. Notably, Lion's standard 3-hit high-punch combo, PPP, no longer knocks down opponents, removing a significant damage source, especially near walls. His downright arrow, step plus K move also loses its knockdown ability. Furthermore, the reliable large knockdown attack from step plus G is no longer guaranteed. The article points out that Lion's evasion capability has also been slightly reduced. Several specific moves have been updated. His Yukushin, now input as down left arrow P plus K, has a changed hit effect, causing a crumple similar to P plus G. The Rensan Sui Banshu, down left arrow P plus K command has changed, and its third hit is now a mid-attack, making it easier to connect. The powerful Renkin Senshu PPP, while still a useful technique, no longer downs opponents and leaves Lion at a slight disadvantage, requiring players to learn defensive options afterward, such as utilizing diagonal steps with down left arrow P plus K plus G or down right arrow P plus K plus G to evade counterattacks. The page also provides tips for achieving wall hits, recommending moves like down right arrow PP and down left arrow K. These changes mean Lion players must adapt their tactics, particularly concerning follow-ups after previously guaranteed knockdown situations. This page is dedicated to the character Shun Di and the extensive changes he received in Virtua Fighter 4 Vers B. It highlights how his Drunken 8 Immortal style has been greatly enhanced with many new and altered techniques. The article emphasizes that Shun's combat style is now much more diverse, incorporating both standard and back-turned attacks. His evasion capabilities have been significantly improved, with new moves like the right drunken step, which allows him to evade and automatically turn his back to the opponent, opening up unique offensive opportunities. The back drunken linked hand is introduced as a new attack sequence from the back turn stance, featuring mid-level hits that are noted for being easy to connect. Other key changes include adjustments to his falling sake swirl, which is now much more powerful and easier to input, and the introduction of a cancel option for his reversal falling drunken posture, allowing players to transition into a side turn state for different follow-ups. The page notes that adapting to these many additions and command changes is crucial for Shun players. It also briefly shows his continue screen, adding a touch of humor. A list of new and changed moves is presented, detailing commands and attack properties, indicating the scale of the updates to the character. Overall, Shun is presented as a character who has gained significant strategic depth in Ver.B. This page focuses on a Koi Umeno Koji and the updates she received in Virtua Fighter 4 Ver.B. The article suggests that while her attack power might have slightly decreased for some moves, the changes aren't detrimental overall. Instead, her evasion abilities, particularly within the flowing water stance, have been significantly improved, making her feel easier to handle. The page highlights several new and changed techniques. It introduces new throws and throw combos, like Kirie Otoshi and Taiboku Taoshi Taiboku Kudaki, detailing their commands and properties, noting the high damage of the added throw combos. It also discusses changes to her modified move, Sunakudaki A, explaining its counter-hit property which leaves the opponent crumpled, allowing for guaranteed follow-up throws. The reviewer notes that Akatikoi's core fighting style remains similar to the original fare. Katika, emphasizing the effective use of her stance transitions and evasive maneuvers. Tactical advice is given, such as using the added fan sweep attack to punish certain attacks and capitalizing on opponents who whiff attacks. Overall, Akatuo's Ver.B changes seem less dramatic than some other characters, focusing more on refining her existing toolkit and improving specific mechanics like evasion from stances. The page includes screenshots demonstrating key moves and character portraits, along with a table summarizing the new and changed techniques. This article explores Kazuya Mishima in Tekken 4, the series' first character. It reviews his history within the Tekken storyline, including his Mishima family ties and devil form. The piece showcases screenshots of Kazuya's in-game appearances and moves. The article details his character design, noting the quick decision to make his 1P outfit shirtless for a rugged appearance, and highlighting his 2P design referencing his Dreeg Corporation affiliation. Developer insights reveal that Kazuya's Wind God Fist was altered to a high attack to make him a more strategic, punishing fighter. Tactical advice emphasizes using Devil Step/Demon God Fist for close-range stuns, and his special step to evade and punish highs. The article concludes with a comprehensive move list, a 10-hit combo breakdown, and game data. This page reveals major plot points for Tekken 4, including the identity of the sub-boss and the final boss. It confirms that Heihachi Mishima is the final opponent, with screenshots showing him in his familiar sumo-style attire, crackling with energy. Before facing Heihachi, players will encounter a new sub-boss character, also shown in a screenshot, adding a fresh challenge to the story mode. The page then focuses on Paul Phoenix, highlighting his status as a long-running character known for his distinctive hairstyle, and Red G.I., though the design notes discuss changes for Tekken 4. Paul is consistently portrayed as Kazuya's rival, aiming for the King of Iron Fist tournament title, but often falling short due to various mishaps. The developers comment on Paul's updated look for Tekken 4, aiming for a more refined appearance, while keeping his core identity. Technical details include Paul's complete move list and a breakdown of one of his signature 10-hit combos. Specific moves like the Phoenix Smasher are emphasized as key components of his strategy, designed for high impact when timed correctly. This section provides tactical advice on using his moves effectively in combat. This page dives deep into the highly anticipated Tekken 4, focusing on the dramatic clash of the Mishima family. As hinted on the previous page, Heihachi Mishima is confirmed as the final boss, appearing in the King of Iron Fist tournament. Screenshots show him in action, including a fierce battle within the new Octagon stage. The page features an interview with Namco developers Masahiro Kimoto and Yun Shige, who discuss the game's intense development process and the ambitious goals for Tekken 4. They talk about implementing new features like walls and variable terrain, known as undulation. While these additions aimed for more natural stages, the developers reveal that the undulation caused unexpected balance challenges and might even be removed in future iterations like Tekken 5. They also touch upon the effort required to create each character's unique moveset and the process of designing the stages. Regarding the PlayStation 2 port, the developers state their primary goal is a faithful translation of the arcade experience. However, they are open to fixing any significant game-breaking issues discovered during the porting process. Ultimately, the decision to make Heihachi the final boss tied directly into the core concept they aimed for with Tekken 4. This page continues the deep dive into Tekken 4, focusing on gameplay mechanics and developer insights. One major section is dedicated to understanding wall dynamics, explaining 3 types of reactions when hitting a wall: weak, medium, and strong. It details how to react to being hit into a wall, the importance of quick recovery, and how different attacks lead to different wall states, affecting potential follow-up attacks and vulnerability. Another prominent section highlights interactive elements within the stages, such as being able to destroy pillars in the Shinjuku stage, or how water reacts to being stepped on in the mall stage. The page also points out unique stage details, like the audience in the underground stage being hittable, and how this can even lead to air combos, a feature initially born from a bug according to one developer. It questions why the Shinjuku stage features a building resembling Shibuya's Q-front, suggesting a playful mix of locations. The developer interview continues, with Masahiro Komodo discussing the balancing challenges introduced by features like walls and undulation, acknowledging the significant effort required for character movesets and overall game balance. He touches upon the CPU AI, noting that early versions were intentionally weaker to help players learn, but the final version will provide a challenging experience reflective of facing a human opponent. The interview also briefly touches on character endings and the development process for the PlayStation 2 version, emphasizing the goal of faithfully porting the arcade experience while incorporating new elements. This page announces the return of the popular tennis series with Virtua Tennis 2, known as Power Smash 2 in Japan. The big news is the introduction of female players for the first time, with stars like Venus and Serena Williams prominently featured. The game runs on Sega's Naomi hardware and is planned for an autumn release in arcades. The overview highlights that Virtua Tennis 2 builds upon the simple yet deep gameplay of the original, which was a hit in arcades the previous year. While the core 2-button control remains, the addition of simultaneous button presses for strategic shots like lobs, combined with the ability to freely switch between topspin and slice, adds significant depth. This increased strategic freedom is praised for making the game feel more like real tennis and offering a richer experience than its predecessor. The page also showcases some of the male professional players included in the roster. Replacing some players from the first game, Virtua Tennis 2 features a lineup of well-known pros. The page lists and shows screenshots for players such as Patrick Rafter, Tommy Haas, Carlos Moya, Tim Henman, Yevgeny Kafelnikov, Thomas Inkvist, Cedric Pioline, and Magnus Norman, noting that each player has their own distinct style, adding to the game's variety. This page continues the in-depth look at Virtua Tennis 2, highlighting key improvements and new features. A major focus is placed on the even more natural and realistic player motion compared to the previous game, capturing the nuances of individual styles and the distinct movements between male and female athletes. Gameplay depth is further discussed, building on the controls introduced on the previous page. The reviewer notes that while the core accessibility remains, the added strategic options, particularly the expanded shot types and the importance of ball height, make the game significantly deeper and feel more like real tennis. A highly anticipated new mode, Mixed Doubles, is introduced, available for 2 players. This mode adds a new layer of strategy, emphasizing teamwork and positioning on the court. The page also prominently features the exciting addition of female professional players to the roster for the first time. Top stars like Venus and Serena Williams, Monica Seedles, Mary Pierce, Lindsay Davenport, and others are showcased with screenshots and brief descriptions, confirming that the female lineup includes some of the world's best players, each with their own strengths and playing styles. The overall impression is a game that is both easy to pick up and surprisingly deep,
successfully enhancing the already popular foundation of the original.
This page introduces Dog Walk, an exciting new arcade experience simulation from Sega/WoW Entertainment, scheduled to launch in October on the Naomi board. Revealed at the AOU Expo, this game puts you in the shoes of a dog owner. Literally, players physically walk on a footbelt controller, matching the pace of their virtual canine companion displayed on the screen to enjoy a stroll. The unique aspect is handling unexpected happenings that occur during the walk, These events, such as obstacles or distractions, are managed by skillfully pulling on the lead controller. Success in guiding your dog through these situations is key to keeping their spirits high. The game offers a choice of 3 distinct walking routes: a simple trip to the pet shop for food, a leisurely walk to a riverside field for some flying disc fun, and a more challenging journey home before sunset filled with various obstacles. Dog Walk features a variety of breeds to walk, each seemingly tied to a difficulty level, including a Pug and Welsh Corgi Pembroke for beginners, a Poodle and Shiba Inu for intermediate players, and a Siberian Husky and Labrador Retriever for advanced walkers. This innovative title promises a physical and engaging simulation unlike typical arcade games.
This page features Alien Front, an intense arcade tank shooting game from Sega/WoW Entertainment, set to launch soon on the Naomi board. It throws players into a massive battle between the Earth Alliance Army and the invading Alien Army. The core of the game is team-based combat, where multiple tanks from each side clash on a single battlefield. The Earth Army fields standard track tanks like the M109A2, M1A Abrams, and Mk2 Merkava, noted for their responsiveness. Their sub-weapons include projectile types, even a nuclear bomb capability. The Alien Army counters with unique vehicles, like the SP Walker, 2L Walker, and Hovcraft, described as slightly less responsive but possessing equal or greater destructive power, aimed more at advanced players. Gameplay isn't about lives, but a time limit. Destroying more enemy tanks than the opponent within the time limit leads to victory, and taking down enemies grants valuable bonus time. The developers advise players to constantly move rather than stopping, as this makes them a harder target. They also suggest focusing fire on an enemy. Aiming well and continuously hitting a target increases accuracy, and the enemy is less likely to shoot back while under sustained fire. The game offers a thrilling, hot-blooded battle, supporting up to 4 players in versus combat, enjoyable solo but truly shining in multiplayer. This page takes us into Take-Chan & Koni's Prize Paradise, a regular feature highlighting the latest and upcoming Sega prizes available in arcades. The summer of prizes is far from over, with exciting new items rolling out through 2002. The page showcases a range of cool prizes launching in the early months of the year, including a high-grade figure of Gamera, cell phone straps and miniature models of the iconic Nissan Z car, and various plush toys featuring cute characters like Checkity Bee and the dogs from Inuko Club. Fans of classic and contemporary Japanese media will also find something to collect, with items based on the historical drama Hisatsu Shigotonen and the enduringly popular series Gege no Kitaro, including keychain figures and plush toys of Madama Oyaji. The summer lineup continues, with even more diverse offerings. Featured items include a Doraemon Mambo set, stunning water scene figures of Asuka and Rei from Neon Genesis Evangelion, and figures of Love Hinata characters dressed for a wedding. There are also plush toys for classic characters like Calimero and Indepanman, doubling as photo stands, and a special pirate-themed plush set from Sesame Street. Finally, fans of Morinaga Chocoball can grab tote bags featuring the mascot Kyoru-chan. An extensive list covers even more prizes planned for August and September, promising a wide variety of goods including lunchboxes, bags, and plush toys from popular franchises like Sancherio and Looney Tunes. This page continues showcasing the exciting array of arcade prizes available, highlighting that the summer prize wave is far from over. Featured items include plush toys, like the Azumanga Daioh Chio-chan Special and the extendable Nyan Mage, along with Azumanga Daioh wristwatches. Fans of romantic comedy anime can look forward to high-grade bathing figures and must-win pass study goods from Love Hina, while Daiji I Chariot gets super jumbo plush toys and character mugs. And Panman baby plush toys are also part of the early year lineup. A large section is dedicated to Disney prizes, perfect for heading out. Collectible super jumbo plush toys of Mickey and Minnie in summer attire, Winnie the Pooh plush, and Lady and the Tramp are featured alongside hanging plush toys of the Seven Dwarfs and fun Mickey and Friends fan-waving plush. There are also Japanese-style Mickey and Minnie pair glasses, and Winnie the Pooh mini pouches. A list confirms even more Disney items, available through August and September, including prizes from franchises like Toy Story and 101 Dalmatians. The page also includes details for a prize giveaway contest. This page features the 14th installment of the Dorimaga Dora-chan's game review, introduced with the mascot Dora-chan appearing colorfully. The main focus is on the highly popular arcade fighter, Capcom vs. SNK2,
Millionaire Fighting 2001. The review expresses excitement for the game, questioning if it will become the next major summer festival event, following the King of Fighters series. The page highlights the inclusion of fan-favorite characters, specifically showcasing Terry Bogard and Rock Howard from the Fatal Fury and Guru, Mark of the Wolves series, noting Rock's final participation. Commentary touches upon the exciting possibilities for tag teams, like the dream master-student pairing of Terry and Rock, and the highly anticipated fated showdown between Rock and Geese Howard. The discussion also delves into gameplay mechanics, mentioning that character command inputs have been changed and simplified, along with the addition of new moves, advising players to check the command list for the latest details.
This page continues the review of Capcom vs. SNK 2, featuring illustrations of characters like Ryu, Ken, M. Bison, Cammy, and Mai Shiranui, alongside commentary panels. The reviewer highlights the ease of use of the groove system, but questions the utility of standard blocking versus just defense for HP recovery. A key point of frustration is the immense difficulty of the final boss, described as feeling like a completely different game. The review also touches on the network mode, noting the exciting feature of being able to battle PS2 players online and urging good online etiquette. Character discussions include the new role of M. Bison as a mid-boss and speculation about difficult hidden characters, referencing arcade sightings of powerful fighters and suggesting characters like Geese Howard and Orochiori might be unlockable, continuing a trend seen in other fighting games.
This page features a comic strip titled Guru Guru Creature, specifically Chapter 57. Husband's Secret. The comic follows a wife who suspects her husband is seeing someone else because he's been sneaking out. Her fears escalate as she confronts him, but it's revealed he was simply bringing home a thoughtful gift. This leaves her feeling inadequate as a wife compared to his actions. The left side of the page introduces the main characters of this series, including Aoichan, a human-faced creature, Usagi, a rabbit creature, Mochi Mochi-kun, a limpet-like creature, and Guru Guru, a junior high school student who is a budding scientist and creator of the creatures. This page features the Guru Guru Creature comic strip, continuing the adventures of Guru Guru and her unique creations. The comic shows Guru Guru being pursued by a group known as the Fukuzao Fan Club, led by the Matsu series members. Guru Guru's friend expresses concern over her recent mistakes, but Guru Guru is more worried about protecting her creatures from the fan club, who see the creatures as wonderful and want to study or even idolize them, despite Guru Guru believing it's dangerous. Guru Guru attempts to flee and negotiate, but the fan club members are determined to take the creatures, leading to a humorous and somewhat sad outcome for Guru Guru. The page also introduces members of the Fukuzao fan club. Matsukun A, the knowledgeable and active leader, Matsukun B, a participatory member with a nervous but sometimes bold nature, and Matsukun C, the idea generator known for his unique concepts. Finally, it profiles Otaku-kun, a bug-like creature created by Guru Guru, noted as a favorite troublemaker among children. The next page presents the fourth chapter of a serialized narrative or story segment titled Main View Wii, VN, AM. This chapter, explicitly labeled, quote, features futuristic or perhaps cyberpunk themes, illustrated by Katsuya Terada and written by Yoko Kuroyanagi, both credited at the bottom. The story appears to involve characters moving from the depths of the sea to a capital city high in the clouds, as suggested by the opening text. The page provides a list of characters who have appeared so far, including figures like Rome, Koriso, Jirure, Mermaid, and others, some with brief notes about their status or relationship. The main content consists of dialogue snippets and descriptive text advancing the plot, giving readers a glimpse into the interactions and events unfolding in this unique setting. New characters are also introduced for the upcoming parts of the story. The page ends with a clear note that this narrative will continue in the next issue. The German text, Uneidlich aneinander gekonnt genoten, is also displayed, adding a layer of thematic depth to the piece. This page features Dorimama's compatibility fortune-telling from Akasaka, covering the period from August 24th to September 6th. It provides a zodiac horoscope focusing on compatibility and general fortune for both boys and girls under each sign. For every zodiac sign, there are small illustrations representing male and female versions, along with a summary of the fortune, a lucky color, and a lucky item. A legend at the bottom explains symbols indicating different states of fortune, such as excellent condition, normal, and not so great. There's a specific section highlighting compatibility, listing which zodiac signs are best and worst matched. Additionally, the page features Mitsune Kono, a character from the Love Hina series, noting her birth date of August 31st, and including a brief message attributed to her, suggesting the importance of overcoming anxiety to change oneself. This is a fun, light-hearted feature typical of Japanese gaming magazines, offering readers a quick look at their astrological outlook for the week, tied into popular characters and franchises. This page features a reader giveaway from Dorimaga, offering various prizes to lucky winners. The grand prize allows 15 winners to choose one Dreamcast game released by September 7th, with images showing examples like Jet Grind Radio and Shenmue. Other prizes include a rare Sakura Wars 3 t-shirt set for one winner, an exclusive Onimusha t-shirt distributed at the sequel's announcement event for another winner, and 10 original Dorimaga t-shirts. 50 readers can also win a telephone card featuring the popular anime-style game Comic Party, chosen as the Maybest telecard. Readers could apply by postcard, following specific rules and deadlines. The page also includes the magazine's staff list, and a long list of winners from the previous issue's giveaway. Finally, it previews the next issue, scheduled for release on September 7th. An editorial note discusses the busy schedule leading up to the next issue, and a special September 21st issue, teasing an upcoming major announcement related to Shenmue 2, which is also featured prominently, with a character image from the game. This page showcases the exciting arcade port of Zero Gunner 2, coming to the Dreamcast. This title is renowned for its unique 360-degree, all-direction shooting gameplay, a true rarity in the genre. The Dreamcast version is a complete and faithful port of the arcade hit, bringing all the chaotic action home. A significant addition for the console release is the inclusion of a replay mode, allowing players to save their amazing runs and even share them. The screenshots scattered across the page perfectly capture the game's intense aerial combat, featuring detailed enemy models and dynamic battleships and environments. This thrilling shooter is scheduled for release on September 6, 2001, for 5,800 yen. This page features an announcement for the upcoming visual novel title, Air, for the Dreamcast. Developed by Key and published by NEC Interchannel, the page showcases beautiful artwork of the main character holding a sunflower, embodying the game's summer theme. The text provides a brief, evocative summary of the premise. A young man traveling with a mysterious doll and an inherited power arrives in a small seaside town during an endless summer and encounters a girl. Screenshots display scenes from the game, hinting at character interactions and environments. Air is scheduled for release on September 13th at a standard price of 6,800 yen. Also featured is the visual novel Karalia, subtitled Days of Youth, adding new companions. This section includes several character illustrations and game screenshots, suggesting a story centered around school life and interpersonal relationships. Karalia is announced as being now on sale for a standard price of 6,800 yen, also published by NEC Interchannel.